Chapter 50-52. At this moment, Lin Ling also used the primeval gambit. His physical strength doubled, his speed doubled, and he even gained immunity to the power of divinity. His fist seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth apart. After colliding with the Nether King, it actually broke through his opponent's black hole and shattered it. What's going on? You don't have pure physical strength. The Nether King roared. When his fist collided with Lin Ling's, he immediately sensed an unstoppable force. He originally thought that Lin Ling was only formidable in terms of physical strength. In terms of physical strength, he didn't fear him at all. Moreover, this was the underworld. The great laws were there to help them. However, after they collided, he discovered that Lin Ling's strength didn't come from the strength of his mortal body. There was also a strange strength hidden within his body that seemed to be able to split apart the heavens and earth, unaffected by any laws. Kakaka. The Nether King's arm emitted the sound of breaking bones as it was shattered by Lin Ling's fist. "Help me!" he roared out loud. The other three Nether Kings' complexions changed. They didn't think that Lin Ling would be so strong. How was this still a spirit? This was more like a god from the Dao Pagoda. They instantly realized that relying on ordinary methods wouldn't be able to harm Lin Ling. They turned into streams of light that shot towards the Nether King with the severed arm. Then they fused into his body. Some turned into thick armor, some turned into a black saber, and some turned into a severed arm. The four Nether Kings fused into one, causing the original Nether King to grow even larger. Lin Ling, the Yellow Emperor, and the others were fighting the underworld gods. As they saw this scene, they were incomparably worried. They wished they could fight alongside Lin Ling. However, they knew that the current them simply didn't have the qualifications to participate in such an intense battle. Lord Yellow Emperor, Lord Lei Gong, Lord Lin Ling has been searching for us ever since he entered the underworld. Now that we've been reunited, it's all because of him. Shengyi was also watching the battle. He knew that this battle was incomparably critical. It concerned whether or not they could escape the underworld. Lin Ling, and Yuer, Xian Yuanga, and the others were extremely worried. They never thought that they would be able to reunite with everyone in this lifetime. However, they knew very well that the person who gave them this opportunity was that fearless man who fought the heavens and fought the earth. Especially when they saw the white-haired man fighting with all his might, their hearts ached even more. It was this man who had found them. It was this man who had supported them. Even if the merciless laws of the universe descended upon them, this man still dared to go against the universe for them. Rumble. Under the joint attack of the four Nether Kings, Lin Ling was sent flying. He vomited blood continuously, and a large amount of blood gushed out from his body. While he was flying backward, he smashed a large number of underworld deities and souls to death. This was just like the most ancient war between giants. If ordinary people got close and were implicated, they would only have a slim chance of survival. Lin Ling, what are you being arrogant for? You dare to go against the underworld? We'll let you be proud for now. The gigantic Nether King, who was formed by the four Nether Kings, roared in disdain. He pounced on Lin Ling, and a gigantic black blade descended from the sky, wanting to slash Lin Ling. Lin Ling had just crawled up from the ground when he sensed the terrifying slash in the sky. His expression changed drastically, and he raised his hand to block. Rumble. The huge saber smashed down, but it was blocked by Lin Ling's arm. The black saber was stuck in his bones, and blood continued to gush out. Bang, bang, bang. Behind Lin Ling, the black saber's power did not decrease, and it cut through countless mountains and forests. Oh Lin Ling, how can you be so weak? The giant Nether King said disdainfully. The black saber in his hand released a terrifying aura, and his divine power turned into 8,000. Swoosh! An ear-piercing sound rang out. Lin Ling's arm was cut off, and blood spurted out like a river, splattering on the earth of hell. Rumble! Lin Ling's body flew backward, and he smashed through countless mountains. Lin Ling and Yuer and the rest were among the countless dead souls, and they were even more worried. Emperor Zhuanshu and the rest were also anxious. Lin Ling was their backbone now. If Lin Ling died, all of them would die. Everyone, Don't be distracted. Block the attack of the underworld. The Yellow Emperor also stared at Lin Ling in the distance, but he also shouted to the crowd, "Don't worry, Lin Ling will win." When the dead souls heard his voice, although they were still uneasy, they knew that it was their responsibility to fight against the underworld deities. They were no match for the Nether King of the underworld, and they were not qualified to face him. A bunch of idiots. Originally, you were doing things according to the rules of the underworld, and you wouldn't have died. Now, you have been bewitched by Lin Ling, and all of you are going to die. The giant Nether King sneered disdainfully, "You are so reliant on Lin Ling, right? Fine, I will cut off Lin Ling's head in front of all of you." After saying that, he strode towards Lin Ling. His footsteps rumbled, and the earth continued to tremble. In the distance, Lin Ling was still smashed on the ground, breathing heavily. He was seriously injured, and his body was covered in blood. It was about to turn into a huge lake. However, after his arm was cut off, it looked like he had no strength to fight back. The giant Nether King came in front of Lin Ling and looked down at Lin Ling. "How pitiful! If you had obediently endured the torture of the Silver Light, at least you wouldn't have died. At most, you would have been reincarnated continuously. But now, you have offended the underworld, and your soul has been scattered, disappearing from the universe forever." Silver Light. Lin Ling, who was lying on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes, and a murderous aura filled the air. He thought of the crazy Silver Moon Patriarch. He thought of the lunatic who killed his family and friends in front of him. He also thought of the fact that if this powerful giant god of the universe didn't die, they would never have a good life. Die for me. Universe 3 Extreme Destruction, Reverse Extreme Destruction. Lin Ling roared, and the soul force that he had been hiding suddenly burst out, sealing the giant Nether King. The sudden soul force undoubtedly caught the Nether King off guard. He was instantly sealed, and his consciousness went blank. However, the combined bodies of the 4 Nether Kings were indeed powerful. Lin Ling's strongest Universe 3 Extreme Destruction couldn't kill them instantly. Bang! But at this time, Lin Ling's right hand slammed on the ground, and his body soared into the sky. Then, he smashed down like a meteor, and his other hand slammed down, ruthlessly landing on the giant Nether King's head. Die for me. Lin Ling looked down from above, and a powerful force poured into his palm as he crazily attacked. Lin Ling, you still have strength. The giant Nether King roared, and his eyes alternated between black and white. His body kept twitching as he fought against Lin Ling. At this moment, the battle in the distance stopped. Everyone held their breaths as they watched the battle between the 2 giants in shock. Silverlight, you didn't die. How can I, Lin Ling, die here? Lin Ling, who was in the air, activated all his strength and suppressed the Nether King. Moreover, his powerful soul force was also activated. He and the Nether King were in a race of life and death. They wanted to see who could last longer. Without a doubt, the one who could last longer would be the winner today. Boom! Chapter 50-53. Boiling brains and blood fell from the sky to the ground like the water of an ocean, dyeing hell red. A huge headless corpse stood on the ground like a pillar, but it had no aura. Above its head, another giant maintained its posture of grabbing down. A terrifying force surged out from the giant's palm and landed on the headless corpse, causing the thick nether armor to crack. Rumble! The headless corpse's saber fell to the ground, spreading dust everywhere. Puff, puff, puff. The headless corpse's body began to melt, turning into water that flowed into the giant's palm. Whether it was the dead souls or the gods of the underworld, everyone was staring at this scene. For a moment, hell was silent. It was as if they had seen the most unbelievable thing. 4 Nether Kings working together had actually been killed. The underworld is in chaos. Moments later, the gods of the underworld roared. Everyone was in a panic, trembling in fear as they fled in all directions. My lord! Shingyi, the Yellow Emperor, and the others finally reacted and roared in excitement. After all, everyone knew that this battle was crucial to their survival and whether they could escape from the hands of the underworld. However, the white-haired man won. Although most of the dead souls did not know the white-haired man's background, no one expected him to be so powerful that even the underworld kings were no match for him. Lin Ling and Yue and Xian Yuange looked at each other, tears welling up in their eyes. Now that they had defeated the underworld kings, it had bought them a lot of time. As long as they found Yu and the others, all that was left was to figure out how to leave this place. Boom! At this moment, the headless corpse exploded, its flesh and blood being absorbed by the white-haired man. The white-haired man roared at the sky, shaking hell and causing countless ghosts to tremble. Kill! After an unknown period of time, the white-haired man stopped roaring and led everyone into this level of hell's prison. Without a doubt, this level of hell could not stop them. Not a single soul was left, and the entire hell was in chaos. Lin Ling swallowed the fourth life and death stone and finally found Yu and the others. What shocked Lin Ling was that Yu and the others had reincarnated. They were not in the underworld, but in the human world. Damn it! When Lin Ling heard the news, he was in a bad mood and released all the dead souls on this level. However, just as he was about to rob the next level of hell, a huge army suddenly appeared and stopped all the dead souls. Another expert from the underworld was on the move. All the dead souls looked at the figure that suddenly appeared with a serious expression. They all knew that the underworld had set their sights on them ever since the infernal realm had been breached one after another. They were constantly sending people to kill them. Lin. The Yellow Emperor and the others were beside Lin Ling, looking ahead with a serious expression. The clouds in front of them were boundless, occupying more than half of the sky and earth. In the thick clouds, a large number of indistinct shadows appeared, slowly moving forward. There were tall and short shadows, but they were incomparably huge. That feeling was as if there were countless mountains moving in the fog. Very strong, Xing Yi suddenly said. Although he didn't know where they came from, those shadows gave him a dignified feeling. This feeling had not appeared even when he faced the Underworld King. The Underworld is vast. Other than the gods led by the Underworld God, there are many unknown ancient races and the most ancient universe god. Lin Ling also stared ahead and muttered. The fog was still rolling, but the world was very quiet, so quiet that it was oppressive. Only the huge shadows were approaching. Finally, the shadows walked out of the fog. What was shocking was that what appeared in front of them was the shape of 100 beasts. The reason why it was called 100 beasts was because these shadows were not only huge, but they were also half human and half beast. Their size was terrifying. If they were in the 9 prefectures, 100 beasts would be as big as a prefecture in the 9 prefectures. Not to mention, there were so many beasts here. It's the underworld beasts, a mysterious race of the underworld. Lin Ling had devoured the life and death stone and knew some of the history of the underworld, so he said in a low voice. At the head of the 100 beasts was a huge mammoth. This mammoth was covered in fur and its size was comparable to the universe. Compared to it, the dead souls were as small as flies. The mammoth had 2 long tusks that emitted a white light. When the dead souls stared at the white light, they immediately felt their souls become unstable. Only with a physical body could they barely resist it. Destructive divine mammoth. Staring at the huge mammoth, Lin Ling's voice became more serious. The destructive divine mammoth was said to be an incomparably terrifying existence in the underworld. It was not under the jurisdiction of the underworld god and specialized in devouring dead souls, suppressing evil spirits, and guarding the order of the underworld. Rumor had it that the destructive divine mammoth was not an underworld beast, but was formed by the laws of the underworld. Some people said that the destructive divine mammoth was the mount of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. After Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva disappeared, it was responsible for guarding hell and clearing the hell of demons. Lin Ling, do you have to violate the laws of the universe and disturb the underworld? The huge mammoth stared at Lin Ling and suddenly spoke in human language. Its voice was very strange. It was neither male nor female, neither human nor beast. No one could tell what it was. This voice floated over like the wind, causing the dead souls behind Lin Ling to tremble and show signs of collapse. Natural enemy, this is our natural enemy. Many dead souls roared and already had thoughts of retreating. In the face of their natural enemy, no matter how powerful they were, it was useless. It was like facing the laws of the underworld. No powerful god could resist the laws of the universe. Everyone leave. Go wherever you can. Lin Ling stared ahead. He knew that this was a calamity even greater than the underworld king, so he roared. Go to other hells. We can't win at all. Many dead souls were restless. They wanted nothing more than to escape from this level of hell immediately. Then some dead souls fled. Gradually, more and more of them fled in all directions like locusts, causing the heaven and earth to be incomparably spectacular. Of course, there were also many dead souls who did not escape. They were still behind Lin Ling, swearing to live and die with Lin Ling. Lin Ling had broken through hell, released them, and given them precious memories, so they did not want to leave. There were still more than 300 billion souls left. Of course, compared to the dead souls that fled, this was already a very small portion. However, the netherworld beasts led by the destructive divine mammoth did not care about the fleeing dead souls. To them, the devil of hell was Lin Ling. As long as Lin Ling was destroyed, the underworld would definitely be peaceful. As for the fleeing dead souls, they could not escape for long. The underworld and hell would be cleansed, and these dead souls would also die. Lin Ling, you have violated the laws of the underworld and disturbed the order. I will suppress you. Do you submit? Chapter 50-54. How can I accept this? Lin Ling said coldly, I want to find my family and friends. If I can't find them, I'll turn the underworld upside down. If I can't find them in a year, I'll make the underworld suffer injustice for a year. You might be able to suppress me, but if I find a chance, as long as I don't die, I'll still turn the underworld upside down. Lin Ling's voice was very loud, and it was filled with determination. How dare you? Loud roars came from the destructive divine mammoth. However, Lin Ling's white hair danced wildly. He was unmoved. He stood in the sky and stared at the destructive divine mammoth. His eyes were cold, like the combination of ice and fire. It also represented his burning heart. You want me to let you leave the underworld? Finally, the destructive divine mammoth spoke. That's right. If you don't let us leave, the underworld will suffer injustice. Lin Ling replied coldly. Impossible. You Lin Ling are already dead. How can you leave the underworld? If you want to break the rules of the underworld, let's see if you have the strength to do so. Suppress him. The destructive divine mammoth's voice became dignified. Countless underworld beasts began to attack Lin Ling. Everyone be careful. Lin Ling shouted at the Yellow Emperor and the others. He didn't let them escape because Lin Ling knew that they could escape this time, but they definitely wouldn't be able to escape the next time. As long as they were in the underworld, they would never be able to escape. Therefore, this battle was the real key. It was even more crucial than the previous battle with the underworld king. Lin Ling activated the Panga's true body and turned into a giant to fight against the countless underworld beasts. Now, he'd refined the Nether King and countless nether ores of hell. His physical strength had already reached the 400 billion mark. If he used the Panga's true body, his strength would double. In fact, if Lin Ling hadn't been in a hurry to leave the underworld, his strength would have increased faster if he had stayed in the underworld to grow rapidly. After all, he could be unscrupulous in the underworld and plunder whatever he wanted. Rumble. The underworld beasts teamed up to fight Lin Ling, causing the heavens to fall and the earth to rend. The Yellow Emperor and the others in the distance all stayed far away, deeply afraid of being implicated. After all, if they were implicated, they would all be wiped out, and no one would be able to stop it. Fight. Lin Ling's white hair danced wildly. He was like an ancient giant, relying on his fists to bombard the underworld beast. However, these underworld beasts were also extremely powerful. They could withstand Lin Ling's punch head-on and remain unscathed. It should be known that with Lin Ling's current strength, there were probably not many saint-level universe giant gods who could withstand his attack. Even if Lin Ling had Yin Guang, he would still be able to hold his own against Yin Guang with his powerful physical body. He would not be at a disadvantage at all. This meant that these nether beasts were not much weaker than Yin Guang. It's that corpse. The gigantic destructive divine mammoth did not move as it watched the intense battle calmly. Its eyes flickered with shock. It knew that the most ancient bloodline was hidden in the netherworld, and it was the only one. However, it did not expect that such a well-hidden corpse would be obtained by Lin Ling. Could it be that Lin Ling had gone to the Dizong Palace? Wasn't he a soul? How could he have obtained such a valuable treasure after entering the netherworld for such a short period of time and being chased by the netherworld? Even the underworld god was looking for this corpse, but he failed. However, he obtained it. What did he rely on? The destructive divine mammoth was getting more and more shocked. It realized that Lin Ling was really powerful. If he was given more time, the netherworld might really be overturned by him. Lin Ling. The destructive divine mammoth roared. It finally decided to attack. It stretched out its trunk and swept it fiercely at Lin Ling. Rumble. Hell shook. The terrifying thing was that although the trunk was not fast and looked very ordinary, the moment it was thrown out, it had a ferocious demonic power. Lin Ling's pupils shrank, and he immediately punched out with both fists. He sensed that although the trunk seemed ordinary, it actually contained the profoundness of the netherworld's laws. A light movement was actually infinitely profound. It was a symbol of all things changing, of life and death. Rumble. The two fists collided with the huge trunk. Lin Ling immediately felt his fist shatter. His bones cracked and blood spurted out. So powerful! Lin Ling was shocked. Suppress it! At the same time, the destructive divine mammoth roared, making the surrounding underworld beasts attack Lin Ling crazily. As a result, Lin Ling could no longer resist. However, at that moment, Guang Qingzi, who had been watching from the sidelines, finally attacked. The terrifying flipping sky seal appeared and fought against the surrounding underworld beasts. With a smash, it killed a huge underworld beast. Indeed, someone is helping you. The destructive divine mammoth roared angrily. It had long found it strange. Lin Ling was a dead soul and had been cleansed by the netherworld 3 times. It was impossible for him to recover his strength and memories. Now, all the mysteries were clear. It turned out that someone was helping him. Old Taoist, are you still not coming out? Haven't you waited so long for this moment? After Guang Qingzi appeared, he said indifferently, since you've spoken, I have no choice but to come out. Another stream of light appeared on Lin Ling's body and turned into a human figure. It was a Taoist in a long green robe. He had an arrogant aura, his hair was tied up, and his eyes were sharp. The moment he appeared, the destructive divine mammoth's eyes changed. The two gods who had suddenly appeared gave it a very, very strong feeling. Immortal slaying. The green-robed Taoist was mysterious and unfathomable. His strength was even more heaven-defying. With a swing of the flying knife in his hand, he killed 2 underworld beasts. One had to know that these underworld beasts were not much weaker than Yin Guang. To kill 2 underworld beasts with a flying knife, this heaven-defying strength was hundreds of times stronger than Lin Ling and Yin Guang. So strong. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He knew who the green-robed Taoist was. He was a prisoner in one of the 3 highest-level cells in the square prison. The 3 cells belonged to the Monkey King, Guang Qingzi, and the last one belonged to the green-robed Taoist. Your Excellency, you must be the ruler who created the world. The destructive divine mammoth also stared at the green-robed Taoist. Its voice turned serious. However, Lin Ling has disrupted the order of the underworld. He must be suppressed. Even the ruler here can't do anything. The destructive divine mammoth targeted Lin Ling. It seemed to know who was the cause of hell's unfairness. As long as this factor was suppressed, hell would have eternal peace. It stuck its nose out and inhaled at Lin Ling. A powerful suction force erupted, as if it was the power of the universe. Oh no! Lin Ling's arms had just recovered when they were immediately enveloped by the powerful suction force. Even though he resisted with all his might, He could not break through the suction force. When the surrounding underworld beasts saw this, they frantically pounced at Guangqingzi and Guangqingzi in an attempt to stop them. Although they were killed until blood flowed like a river, and their huge bones continued to smash to the ground, they were still fearless of death. Without the help of Guangqingzi and Guangqingzi, Lin Ling could no longer resist. He was sucked into the nose. Universe. I've entered the destructive divine mammoth's universe. Just as it entered the nose, Lin Ling sensed that something was amiss. He discovered that he was constantly shrinking, turning into dust and entering the universe. In the universe, countless fiends and wraiths were suppressed. They were all the wraiths in the history of the underworld. The destructive divine mammoth's universe specializes in suppressing fiends. How can I resist it? Chapter 50-55. Deafening elephant trumpeting sounded, causing Lin Ling to feel as though his body had become extremely heavy. His soul felt like it was about to explode. It's the elephant trumpeting. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. These elephant trumpeting are used to suppress the evil spirits of hell. Legend has it that once the elephant trumpeting is used, any evil spirit's soul will dissipate. Although I'm not an evil spirit, I'm still affected. However, I have the strongest physical body, so why should I be afraid of the elephant trumpeting? Lin Ling's expression was cold as he floated forward. Worlds appeared in front of him, and each world represented a level of hell. And around the hell's tribulation, white mist filled the air, as though there was no end. Lin Ling's brows were tightly furrowed. He did not rush forward but instead flew forward along with the white mist. At the same time, he was constantly recovering his strength. During this process, the deafening elephant trumpeting constantly sounded. It was deafening as it wreaked havoc on Lin Ling's body. In the beginning, Lin Ling found it unbearable. However, with his powerful physical body, he gradually adapted to it. Lin Ling even felt that although his physical strength did not increase, it was more condensed. He did not know how long he flew for. He did not know if it was a year or 10 years. However, there was still no end in the white mist. Only the elephant trumpeting continued, and the sound gradually became louder. It seems that if I want to leave this place, the only way is to enter hell. Finally, Lin Ling stopped and looked at the endless hell beneath him. Hell was like a spherical universe. It was surrounded by thick white mist. When ordinary people came here, they naturally did not want to enter hell. They wanted to escape through the white mist, but the result was that it was not the way out. Instead, under the constant elephant trumpeting, they would be blasted to death. And the reason why Lin Ling could last so long was because of his powerful physical body. Without any hesitation, Lin Ling shot into the endless hell. Save me, save me. Just as he entered, a large number of hoarse voices sounded. Looking down, the ground was filled with withered demons. It was extremely terrifying. Scram! Lin Ling punched out, constantly smashing apart these demons. These demons had experienced the torment of hell for many years and were already on the verge of death. More than half of them were killed by Lin Ling's punch. And just like that, Lin Ling slaughtered his way through. It was as if he had slaughtered his way through hell. However, this place was indeed worthy of being called the endless hell. There were endless amounts of demons. In the end, Lin Ling felt his hands go soft from all the killing. He activated the Panga body and continued to attack. Time passed just like that. 1 year, 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years. Only then did Lin Ling realize why he couldn't come out after entering hell. It was because he could only fight for the rest of his life after being imprisoned here. Otherwise, he could only turn into those withered demons. However, no matter how powerful a god was, it was impossible for them to fight forever. Moreover, even though he was in hell, the elephant's trumpeting continued to resound, affecting Lin Ling. If this continues, I'll be trapped here forever. Once I'm weak and turn into one of these demons, I won't be able to turn over a new leaf. Lin Ling's gaze swept around. There were withered demons rushing towards him from all directions. Although they weren't fast, they filled the sky, making it impossible for him to avoid them. Facing such a situation, Lin Ling didn't dare to waste too much energy. He could only keep dodging. Only when he had no other choice did he start a massacre. Moreover, Lin Ling discovered that soul power was ineffective against these demons. It was as if they didn't have souls. Right, the sword of faith. Let's see if I can cut open this world. Lin Ling thought about all the magical powers he had learned in his life. Finally, his attention fell on the sword of faith. This was his final trump card. Come out. The sword of faith appeared in Lin Ling's hand. Without further ado, he ruthlessly slashed forward. After all, the longer he stayed here, the more dangerous it would be. And if the sword of faith was ineffective, then Lin Ling could only turn into a demon and be suppressed here forever. Swoosh! The white sword was even more powerful than before. The main reason was that Lin Ling had destroyed the underworld and released countless souls of the dead. He had long become the faith of the souls of the dead. Therefore, compared to before, the sword of faith's power had more than doubled. As the sword slashed forward, heaven and earth were sliced apart. Countless demons turned into nothingness. What was strange was that cracks appeared in just a 10-meter radius. This meant that this universe wasn't very big. It was only a 10-meter radius. However, it moved along with Lin Ling, creating an illusion that it was infinitely magnificent. As soon as the crack appeared, Lin Ling hurriedly rushed over and shot into the crack. When he reappeared, he was in front of a cave. In front of the cave was an open space with a chessboard. Two figures were sitting there playing chess. Upon closer inspection, he saw that they were an old man and a young man. They were motionless as if they were statues. Looking at the surroundings, it was actually full of corpses. It was extremely strange. What's this? Lin Ling frowned. He entered the destructive divine mammoth and saw two people playing chess. Was this still hell? As a precaution, Lin Ling didn't move around carelessly, nor did he enter the cave. This was because he realized that the entrance to the cave was also full of corpses. He looked at the two people playing chess and realized that they hadn't moved at all. They were really like stone statues. 1 year, 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years. Time here was very slow. However, when everything stopped, it felt like it passed very quickly. What's going on? Lin Ling kept looking at them but realized that they still hadn't moved. It wasn't until this day that Lin Ling realized that the old man had made a move. He had made a move. They're alive. Lin Ling's heart trembled violently. For a long time, he thought that the old man and young man were stone statues or even illusions because they hadn't moved at all. But now, he finally knew that they were real people. Following that, Lin Ling looked at the corpses around him and pondered. His eyes became brighter and brighter. These people are all demons. Like me, they found a way to rush in here and then played chess with the young man. However, in the long process of playing chess, they all died here. These corpses are the losers. And the only one still playing chess is that old man. The more Lin Ling thought about it, the more astonished he was. His intuition told him that the corpses that had died here were probably here since the underworld first opened. I've lost. At that moment, the old man sighed and finally stood up. Following that, his body began to wither as though he had reached the end of his lifespan. He looked at Lin Ling and shook his head. Young man, you're the last person. Remember, you have to be patient. Don't make a careless move. Find a way to resist your opponent before you make your move. I've been here for many years. I've seen many people think about how to play chess but forget how to resist. After saying that, the old man gradually disappeared and turned into a pile of bones. It's your turn. At that moment, the young man looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Lin Ling pondered for a moment. He walked to the side of the chessboard and looked at it calmly. And this was chess, and it was the end game. Chapter 50-56. I can beat him in 5 moves. However, the old man said not to take a single move. This means that the seemingly certain win situation can change at any time. There are so many corpses here. Their chess skills are higher than mine, but they all died in the end. This explains everything. Am I going to lose? That's not right. With so many people playing chess, Someone must have the idea of losing, but they still died. Lin Ling's eyes kept flickering, and he did not take a single step. The young man opposite him smiled at Lin Ling and urged, "You go first." Lin Ling ignored him. "You go first." The young man opposite him kept urging him, neither slow nor slow, like a gentleman. Lin Ling was not stupid. He let him call him. Anyway, he could not see anything now, so he might as well just stay there. With this thought in mind, Lin Ling also secretly cultivated. Time continued to flow. 3,000 years had passed, but Lin Ling still did not take a single step. The young man opposite him also kept asking Lin Ling to take a move. His mouth was dry from all the talking, but Lin Ling still did not move. He did not know if the young man was a human or a law. If he was a human, he would probably be cursing in his heart. After all, regardless of winning or losing, you should at least take a step. What's the point of wasting time? No matter how I move, I'm sure I'll lose. By the way, the old man said that I have to find a way to resist. Only then can I take the first step and the way to resist. Could it be that this is the universe? This young man has the ability to change the chessboard because he's in his own universe and is omnipotent. If I want to resist him, I have to have my own universe and be omnipotent. Only then can I resist him. On this day, Lin Ling's eyes quietly focused. All these years, although he had been cultivating non-stop, he had also been constantly thinking of various methods. He had thought of all kinds of methods. Now, he thought of the universe. But this is the netherworld. How can we find the Lin Ling universe? Lin Ling fell into deep thought again. He suddenly thought of the Tao Origin Heavenly Mandate. Currently, he was the only person in the entire netherworld who possessed the Tao Origin Heavenly Mandate. What if he used the Tao Origin Heavenly Mandate to find the Tao Pagoda and then used the Tao Pagoda to find Lin Ling's universe? Thinking of this, Lin Ling hurriedly comprehended the Heavenly Tao. Of course, if he wanted to find the Tao Pagoda with the help of the Tao returning to heaven, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, Lin Ling had enough patience. If he couldn't find it in one day, then he would wait for 10 years. If he couldn't find it in 10 years, then he would wait for 100 years or 1,000 years. Sooner or later, he would find it. "You go first. You go first." The young man continued to urge Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling had already entered the Grand Mist energy, searching for the Tao Pagoda. He could not hear what he was saying at all. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling finally sensed the Tao Pagoda. It was as if he had found his own thread among the thousands of threads. "It's here." Lin Ling used the Heavenly Tao returning to heaven to rush into the threads. When he reappeared, he found himself in the cemetery, under the snow maple tree where he had buried the Heavenly Tao returning to heaven. "I'm back." Lin Ling was shocked. Looking at this familiar scene, he became excited. He was finally back. He was also the first person to reach the Tao Pagoda from the underworld. Of course, what appeared in the Tao Pagoda was a trace of his consciousness. "Since I'm back, I can use the Heavenly Tao returning to heaven to try my luck in the Lin Ling universe." After a long time, Lin Ling continued to search. In the cemetery, he continued to comprehend. After an unknown period of time, he finally found a trace of familiarity. It was the Lin Ling universe, and this feeling was getting stronger and stronger. He saw his grandfather, Lin Yi, and everyone in Lei Gong's hall. However, the Lin Ling universe was still safe and sound. Everything was as usual. Fellow Taoist, return. Lin Ling's consciousness had returned, so it was difficult for him to control the Lin Ling universe. He called out to the universe, "Fellow Taoist, you're back." Doppelgangers appeared and looked at Lin Ling in shock. "Bring the Lin Ling universe to my consciousness." Lin Ling did not want to waste too much time here, so he said anxiously to his doppelgangers, "Fellow Taoist, we will help you with all our strength." The doppelgangers nodded. Now, these doppelgangers had reached the peak of the superior deity level. Moreover, the laws of the universe were incomparably powerful. Then, these doppelgangers followed Lin Ling's consciousness and left. After a long journey, they returned to the Tao Pagoda graveyard. then rushed into the underworld from the graveyard and directly into the body of the elephant suppression divine prison. Lin Ling had the heavenly Tao returning to heaven and had memories. If it were a demon, they would not be able to do all this. At the same time, on the side of the chessboard, Lin Ling finally moved. His palm slowly stretched out and landed on a chess piece. The eyes of the young man opposite him flashed, and the corners of his mouth revealed an imperceptible smile. After Lin Ling's chess piece fell, the smile on his face became even wider. Sure enough, when Lin Ling's chess piece fell, the chessboard that he originally had the upper hand suddenly changed. It was the universe that changed the chessboard. Everything was as Lin Ling had guessed. The old man from before had died in such a situation. After spending countless years, he finally knew that he could not fight against the universe, so he sacrificed his life. Hee, do you think you're the only one with a universe? Lin Ling sneered, and his consciousness called out to his doppelgangers to control the Lin Ling universe. At the same time, the huge universe seemed to pass through countless universes and appeared in Lin Ling's soul in countless ways. This was also the first time Lin Ling had brought the universe with him, and it also appeared in other universes to fight against them. All along, Lin Ling had wanted to do this, but he did not expect that he would succeed in the underworld. Under the change of the Lin Ling universe, the chessboard quietly changed, and the previous situation was restored. What? The young man opposite him changed his expression. He knew very well that to change the chessboard, only the power of the universe could do so. However, the demons sealed in the universe could not have their own universe. Even if they did, how could they bring it into the underworld? You Lin Ling. The young man suddenly raised his head and stared at Lin Ling. You lost. Lin Ling also raised his head and looked at the young man coldly. But you're really an anomaly. You have memories in the underworld, you can obtain Panga's body, and now you have a universe. Aren't you already dead? The young man stood up and moved his feet. The surrounding scene changed, turning into a white zone of dense mist. Destructive divine mammoth, you can only let me go now. Otherwise, the underworld will be uneasy. I know that the god of the underworld is very strong, but the underworld can't suppress me. Even if it can, the 18 levels of hell will be destroyed. When the underworld collapses, you can bear the responsibility. Lin Ling did not answer. Instead, he said calmly. The young man fell silent, as if thinking about something. After a long time, he said calmly, even if I agree, the god of the underworld and the many gods of the underworld will not agree. Because, in the history of the underworld, only 2 people have left alive. I want to be the third person, Lin Ling said coldly. Chapter 50-57. I want to be the third person. The voice floated into the young man's ears, and his eyes flashed. He could hear that the voice was filled with determination, and even more so, it was filled with the madness of a volcano. Either he did not compromise, or he would wreak havoc in the underworld. He knew very well that if the underworld god or the powerful gods of the underworld were here, they would definitely refuse. After all, the underworld could not be humiliated. But the consequence would be chaos in the underworld. This was different from his mission to protect the underworld. Okay, I agree. The young man finally looked up and looked deeply at Lin Ling. Go to the Sea of Misery, there is a way out of the underworld. The Sea of Misery? Lin Ling frowned slightly. What if you lie to me? Oh Lin Ling, you underestimate me. The young man laughed proudly. As the Mount of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, why would I lie to you, a mere Lin Ling? Lin Ling, I know you are the host of the world's will, but your tribulation is not in the underworld, but in the ancient god realm. There is no karma between you and me. If you want to leave, I will not stop you. Okay. Lin Ling nodded. After all, it would probably take a long time for him to find a way out. By then, the powerful gods of the underworld would have arrived, and a great battle would be inevitable. Now, he had found most of the people he was looking for, and the rest had been reincarnated. There was no need for him to stay here. Only one person was left in another hell, and this person was young Lin, who was once a powerhouse in Lei Gong's hall, the strongest powerhouse under Lei Gong. You are the first person to leave my universe alive, and it is also because of this that you are the third person to leave the underworld. The young man said to Lin Ling again. Then, a huge suction force was born, and the surrounding white clouds rolled and turned into a vortex, sweeping Lin Ling away. Lin Ling did not resist and let the suction force take him away. At this moment, the fierce battle was still going on in the outside world. Countless underworld beasts were fighting against the two super-powerful gods, and on the ground, the corpses of the underworld beasts were piled up like mountains. There's no end to these underworld beasts. Guang Qingzi activated the heaven-flipping seal and continuously smashed the nether beasts. These are underworld beasts formed from the underworld great laws. Indeed, they can't be killed unless we can go against the entire underworld great cosmos. The green-robed Taoist said calmly. His immortal slaying flying saber was even more powerful. But no matter how powerful he was, he still couldn't kill them all. If this continues, I'm afraid Lin Ling will be in danger. Master Guangqing frowned and looked deeply at the green-robed Taoist. The green-robed Taoist smiled. Everything is destined. Hearing this, Guang Qingzi's eyes lit up. Could it be that this mysterious green-robed Taoist knew something? He quickly asked, how do you know Lin Ling will be fine? How would I know? I just feel that if Lin Ling is sealed in the underworld, then the two of us will be free. The green-robed Taoist shook his head. F*CKU? Master Guangqing couldn't help but curse. In the distance, Yuer, the Yellow Emperor, and Lei Gong were floating there. None of them had left, but they were looking ahead with grave expressions. The battle there was very intense. A mammoth as large as the universe stood there, giving them a tremendous pressure as if it was a brilliant heavenly might. Will Lin Ling be fine? This question floated in everyone's mind. It doesn't matter if he's fine or not. If he fails, we'll accompany him on his journey. When we died last time, we were separated. If we die this time, we should be able to die together. Xing Yi said with a smile. He was more than willing to die with His Excellency. Xing Yi, what nonsense are you talking about? The others smiled bitterly. They were about to die, but Xing Yi was still smiling so happily. Rumble. At this moment, hell shook, and ripples spread across the sky. The mammoth moved, and then it suddenly exhaled. Billowing smoke shot out from its long nose and lingered in the surroundings, making the mammoth even more so mysterious. A man's figure stood in the smoke. It was Lin Ling. The law of the underworld is much more powerful than the destructive divine mammoth. After Lin Ling appeared, he immediately sensed the omnipresent law of the underworld. In the past, he could roughly sense it, but now that he had the universe, this feeling was even stronger. His Lin Ling universe was thousands of times weaker than the underworld. Lin Ling, this elephant tusk is for you. It can lead you to the sea of bitterness. The mammoth said. The huge elephant tusk broke off on its own and floated to Lin Ling. It then shrank until it was as thick as a finger and fell into Lin Ling's palm. I hope you remember your promise and leave immediately. Because if I fail, the underworld god will definitely come. When that time comes, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. The mammoth said again. Then, with a flick of its trunk, it left with the countless underworld beasts. Thick clouds and mist filled the air. A large number of underworld beasts seemed to have turned into dark shadows. They walked further and further away and gradually disappeared into the distance. Heaven and earth quieted down again. Under the ground, the corpses of the underworld beasts disappeared. Everything returned to normal as if nothing had happened. Everyone stood there in a daze, not understanding what was going on. Lin Ling. At this time, Guang Qingzi looked at Lin Ling in shock. The green-robed Taoist smiled and said nothing. He turned into a stream of light and disappeared into Lin Ling's body. I reached an agreement with him. As long as I don't cause trouble in the underworld, he will let me leave. Lin Ling explained to Guang Qingzi. Guang Qingzi trembled in disbelief. Lin Ling could actually fight against the mammoth? He knew very well that the mammoth's strength in the underworld was not much weaker than his. It might even be slightly stronger. Of course, In the outside world, Guang Qingzi was naturally more powerful. Well, there's no time to lose. The underworld god is coming. Let's leave this place. Then, Lin Ling looked at everyone and said, "We can leave? Where are we going?" "Lin Ling, are we leaving the underworld?" "Oh my god!" The Yellow Emperor and the others were shocked. They stared at Lin Ling, as if they were afraid that Lin Ling was joking with them. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Seeing this, everyone was excited. Although they were dead souls, and even if they had obtained a physical body, it was still the body of a deity of the underworld. However, they still had their memories. With time, they could recover their original strength. The premise was that they had to leave the underworld. "Let's go." Lin Ling saw that everyone was excited. His mood gradually changed. After so many years, the killing intent and coldness on his body had finally begun to fade. Of course, although they could leave, the underworld would definitely lock onto them. They had to leave immediately. Lin Ling held the elephant tusk in his hand and found that it could point in the direction automatically. It was like a compass. The tip of the elephant tusk pointed in the direction of the Sea of Misery. Lin Ling immediately led everyone forward. The Sea of Misery was not originally from the underworld. It was set up by Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva after he came to the underworld. Chapter 50-58. After a long time, the fog in front of them was hazy. However, when the tusks approached, the fog dispersed, revealing a path. Without the tusks, this place would still be hell. Only with the tusks in hand would such a wonderful scene appear. What a powerful method. Everyone speed up. Don't lose them. Lin Ling was secretly shocked, then shouted behind him. "Lin Ling, what about the souls that escaped before?" The Yellow Emperor suddenly asked Lin Ling. Lin Ling immediately frowned when he heard that. He shook his head and said, "I'm afraid it's too late. Those souls are in the various hells. It will definitely take a very long time to find them all. By then, the underworld god will have already arrived. Even if we are now, we might not be able to shake him off." But they fought side by side with us. The Yellow Emperor's face was a little gloomy. The souls that were following them now were from the Dao Pagoda. However, the souls that Lin Ling saved in the underworld had left the group. "Alas, we can't help them. We can only say that this is karma." Lei Gong suddenly said, "In fact, it's not that they didn't have a chance to follow us. When we encountered the divine mammoth, if they had chosen to fight to the death with us, they could have left with us now. Unfortunately, they chose to escape. Perhaps this is their final destination." Hearing this, the Yellow Emperor sighed. Although he felt some sympathy, he also felt that it was true. Lin Ling had given them their memories and a chance to leave the Nether Realm. Unfortunately, they had missed this chance. Although the underworld will be reshuffled, some souls will definitely be able to escape. As for the souls that died, this is their fate. "Let's go." Lin Ling also said this and then ignored him. The group continued to walk along the road. Before long, a vast sea appeared in front of them. This sea was no different from an ordinary sea, but it was very calm. It was so quiet that not a single sound could be heard. Miraculously, they didn't feel any pressure by the sea. Instead, they felt incomparably clear and peaceful. Is this the Sea of Misery? How magical! Yeah, normally, in a quiet place without any sound, anyone would feel agitated. However, there's no such feeling here. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva is indeed a powerful person. The Yellow Emperor and the others sighed. "Lin Ling, how do we cross the sea?" As the saying goes, the Sea of Misery has no bounds. Turn back and the shore is. Without a boat, we can't even find the shore. And Yuer said to Lin Ling. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and suddenly looked at the elephant tusk in his hand. He immediately threw the elephant tusk forward. When the elephant tusk fell into the sea, it transformed into a huge elephant tusk boat. The boat was pure white and both ends were tilted up. It was very beautiful. A boat. Seeing this, everyone was overjoyed. Calm. And Yuer noticed that Lin Ling didn't seem to want to leave. "There's one more person we haven't found." It's young Lin. Lin Ling said. The thunder god sighed. Apparently, he had already known this. Yes, he is not in this level of hell. Lin Ling nodded. I'll go find him. I know which level of hell he's in. As long as I destroy the hell prison there and devour the life and death stone, I'll be able to find him. I'll come back then. But what if you can't make it? Everyone frowned. Moreover, the underworld god might have already made his move. If you encounter the underworld god, you won't be able to escape. They were extremely touched. Lin Ling gave up the chance to escape for his friend and let them escape first. It's okay. I'll definitely have a way. Everyone, go ahead. If you don't leave, I'll be worried. Lin Ling said with a smile. Let's go. We'll wait for Lin Ling to come back. At this time, Lei Gong hardened his heart and persuaded everyone. After all, it would be more convenient for Lin Ling to go alone. If they all followed him and encountered the underworld god, they would be a burden to Lin Ling. Hearing Lei Gong's words, everyone nodded. Lin Ling left the Lin Ling universe and a wisp of soul power on the ivory boat in case he couldn't find the way in. At the same time, he knocked out a fragment of the ivory boat and left. Everyone looked at Lin Ling's back and was extremely nervous. They hoped that Lin Ling could make it back in time. After Lin Ling left the edge of the Sea of Bitterness, he immediately looked for the way to the next level of hell. A moment later, he violently opened it and went straight into hell. When Lin Ling entered the new hell, the entire upper echelons of the underworld were in chaos. Countless ancient races of the underworld were discussing how to suppress Lin Ling. The underworld kings and kings of hell were the same. It seems like we have to mobilize the underworld god. In the end, they came to a conclusion. Although they didn't want to inform the underworld god, Lin Ling was too strong. His growth was too fast. They couldn't suppress him. Most importantly, not only was Lin Ling strong, but he was also constantly destroying hell. The longer this dragged on, the more dangerous the underworld would be. Underworld god, Lin Ling has escaped. He's now stirring up hell. After reaching an agreement, everyone knelt down and burned incense as they spoke to the sky. The sky quietly turned black. It was so black that it was terrifying. All light was sucked into it. It was silent. Lin Ling. A deep voice suddenly drifted out, and then the sky became pitch black again, as if it was investigating something. After knowing that the underworld and hell were in chaos, the voice finally drifted out. When did he become so strong? I want to meet him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Ling destroyed the hell prison alone and took away a large amount of nether ores. Then, he ignored the many dead souls and hurried to find the young Qilin. He was extremely fast. After 2 hours, he finally found the young Qilin. He didn't have time to explain anything and took it away by force. Halfway through, Lin Ling injected the young Qilin's memory into his soul. At the same time, Lin Ling looked up at the sky. He vaguely felt that something was staring at him. The underworld god has awakened. Speed up. Lin Ling held the young Qilin in one hand and the ivory fragment in the other. Gradually, he found the Misery Sea. The Misery Sea was located between the various hells. Therefore, Lin Ling didn't need to return to the previous area. He could find it here, saving a lot of time. In the Misery Sea, the ivory ship was long gone. However, after entering, Lin Ling immediately sensed his Lin Ling universe and soul power. Over there. He unleashed his full strength and flew for 6 hours. Finally, he saw the ivory ship in front of him. Moreover, a boundless continent appeared not far away. The coast of the Misery Sea. In fact, if Lin Ling didn't put down the Lin Ling universe on the ivory ship, he would definitely be lost in the Misery Sea alone. Chapter 50-59. When the underworld god appeared, the entire Sea of Misery shook, as if the master of the underworld had arrived. An oppressive aura filled the air. The Yellow Emperor and the others on the ivory ship sensed it, and their expressions turned serious. If Lin Ling had not warned them that the god of the underworld might catch up with them, they would have been completely frightened out of their wits. Yellow Emperor, what should we do? Let's go help Master Lin Ling. Yes, Master Lin Ling is no match for the underworld god. Everyone looked at the Yellow Emperor, their voices filled with anxiety. Don't worry about it, everyone. If we leave the ivory ship, we will definitely get lost in the sea of misery, and it will only distract Lin Ling. Let Lin Ling face the underworld god alone. He will definitely have a way. The Yellow Emperor was indeed the ancient emperor. He only needed to think for a while to come to a decision. What we need to do now is to go ashore immediately. Lin Ling will rush over. He looked back and saw that Lin Ling had stopped walking, so he immediately said, "Let's go." Everyone looked forward and saw that the shore was getting closer and closer. They did not know what would happen after they reached the shore, but they could only fight. Qilin, go find the Yellow Emperor and the others. Lin Ling let go of Qilin above the sea of misery. Then he used a wisp of soul power on the ivory ship to cover Qilin so that it would not get lost. Yes, my lord. Qilin had recovered its memory and had always admired Lin Ling. Therefore, it did not hesitate and immediately floated toward the ivory ship. Yellow Emperor, well done. Lin Ling also turned around to take a look. Seeing that the group did not impulsively disembark but instead headed towards the coast, he finally relaxed. Lin Ling did not know what would happen after they reached the shore of the Sea of Misery. However, he had a feeling that once they reached the shore, they would be out of the control of the underworld. They would be in the universe that belonged to Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Perhaps the only one in the entire underworld who could fight against the underworld god was Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Then, he retracted his thoughts and looked at the underworld god without moving. The god of the underworld's target was him, which was even better. At least the Yellow Emperor and the others could leave safely. What powerful strength! As he continued to investigate, Lin Ling was secretly shocked. He knew that the underworld god was one of the 9 stars of the universe, but after seeing it with his own eyes, he discovered that the underworld god's strength was definitely at the forefront of the 9 stars of the universe. Back on the first floor of the Tao Pagoda, he once met a Tao child from one of the 9 universal stars. This person once said that among the 9 universal stars, there were a few people who were so powerful that they were heaven-defying. Moreover, even they had never seen them before. He wondered if it was the god of the underworld. Moreover, the netherworld realm actually had 2 stars of the 9 great universes, the god of the underworld and the young master of the underworld. He wondered if these 2 people were related. Time passed quietly, but the god of the underworld still did not move, which surprised Lin Ling. However, after thinking about it, he guessed that the god of the underworld was definitely investigating him. Secondly, the god of the underworld believed that it would be easy for him to kill him, so he did not move. This was also an opportunity for Lin Ling. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, he is actually helping you. After an unknown period of time, the god of the underworld finally spoke. To everyone's surprise, the voice was actually a woman's voice, which meant that the god of the underworld was a woman. What is the relationship between the 2 of you, or have you reached some kind of agreement? The god of the underworld asked again. This was probably the reason why she had not made a move. She seemed to be worried about something. In the netherworld realm, the only person who could make the god of the underworld worried was undoubtedly Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. There is no agreement. Lin Ling said calmly, but deep down he was extremely nervous. He knew that he had reached the end of his journey to the netherworld realm. The god of the underworld in front of him was the last tribulation. If he could overcome this tribulation, Lin Ling would return to the Tao Pagoda and make a comeback. The god of the underworld, one of the 9 stars of the universe. At this time, Lin Ling said again. Hearing this, the god of the underworld remained motionless, but Lin Ling noticed that her mood had changed. She seemed to be surprised that Lin Ling knew her origin. Did Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva tell you? The nether god slowly removed her cloak, and the hood of the luxurious robe was removed to reveal the face of a woman. Strangely, this woman's appearance was very ordinary. She couldn't be considered beautiful, but she couldn't be described as ugly either. She was just like a mortal. Of course, with her ability to control death, even if she looked ordinary, she was still stunning in the eyes of the gods. Is it important who told you? Lin Ling said calmly. Lin Ling, the host body of the will of the world, and he is an extremely powerful existence among the remaining hosts of the will of the world. He is only inferior to the three divine sects of White Mountain and the final host body of the will of the world. The god of the underworld said calmly. She had an aura of dominance. I didn't expect the god of the underworld to be called Qin Ho. Lin Ling said again. His words made the god of the underworld's expression change again. Two vortexes appeared in her eyes as she stared at Lin Ling calmly. Then, she said coldly, you went to the Ksitigarbha palace and found the fortress. That's how you know my origin. What surprised me the most was that you actually obtained Panga's body. What surprised me the most was that you actually survived his attack. As she spoke, the god of the underworld stared at Lin Ling with even more seriousness. That was because she had also gone to the Ksitigarbha palace but failed. The red-haired man who was sealed in the Ksitigarbha palace was so powerful that even she had to be wary of him. I was just lucky, Lin Ling replied. He sensed that the god of the underworld's aura had changed. She was getting restless. It seemed that she was about to attack. Obviously, the god of the underworld was also tempted by the Panga's body. If she killed him, she would be able to obtain the Panga's body. Sure enough, just as Lin Ling thought about it, a huge reincarnation appeared. It circled above the sea of sufferings and sucked toward Lin Ling. The strength of the force was something that Lin Ling had never seen before. With the Panga's body, he couldn't resist it. That was because it was formed by the universal laws of the entire underworld. At this critical moment, Lin Ling looked back and saw that the ivory boat had touched the shore. The Yellow Emperor and the others were coming ashore one after another. Universe, return. Lin Ling roared and unleashed all his strength. His physical strength and soul power formed three powerful forces Lin Ling's universe and charged forward. Rumble. The soul power and physical strength collided with the terrifying suction force. They only resisted it for a moment. On the other hand, Lin Ling's universe seemed to have formed a huge shield in front of Lin Ling to resist the universal laws of the underworld. Universe. At this moment, the god of the underworld exclaimed. She had been investigating Lin Ling and was familiar with everything about Lin Ling. However, she didn't see the power of the universe. Firstly, Lin Ling's power of the universe was on the ivory boat. Secondly, Lin Ling's universe was activated in the destructive divine mammoth's body. It was beyond the prying eyes of the underworld. With the two added together, the god of the underworld naturally missed it. Chapter 50-60. At the same time, in Lin Ling's universe, the earth and void seemed to be on the verge of collapsing, and the entire universe rumbled. Everyone in Lei Gong's hall, including the people of the entire universe, was shocked. They felt a pressure coming at them, making it difficult for them to breathe. Come back. However, at this moment, a loud roar came from the entire universe, and then the pressure gradually disappeared. It seemed that they had avoided the powerful attack. On the ivory ship, Lin Ling used the Lin Ling's universe as a shield to reach the shore. His body was surrounded by doppelgangers, and they were activating the great laws to control the Lin Ling's universe. Trying to escape? Seeing this, Underworld God's expression changed. She moved and appeared on the shore. The spear in her hand slashed down. That power was terrifying. Fellow cultivator, you go first. All the doppelgangers shouted at Lin Ling, activating the great laws to resist. Lin Ling took advantage of this short time to rush to the shore and run away with everyone. However, after running for only a dozen meters, all 9,000 doppelgangers were shattered, and a broken universe floated toward Lin Ling and disappeared into Lin Ling's body. It was the Lin Ling's universe. Of course, although the 9,000 doppelgangers were dead, they had bought precious time for Lin Ling. This was because Underworld God did not attack again. Instead, she floated above the sea of bitterness and looked coldly at Lin Ling and the others. Cold sweat broke out on Lin Ling's forehead, and then he let out a sigh. This scene had shown that Underworld God could do nothing to the shore. Perhaps the shore was really formed by Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's universe, and it was beyond the control of the underworld. Lin Ling, I will find you. Underworld gods stared at Lin Ling for a long time and finally said, "Go to the Tao Pagoda and the chaotic realm. You may not be Underworld god anymore." However, Lin Ling replied calmly. The Netherworld was the Underworld god's territory, and no other god would be her match here. However, in the outside world, there were quite a few people who were as powerful as the Underworld god. If Lin Ling's power also increased, he would also have the chance to not fear the Underworld god. "Take care of yourself." The god of the Underworld left behind these words before disappearing without a trace. Everyone was frozen in place, as if they had just survived a calamity. In the end, they all let out a long sigh of relief. "Oh, we're alive. Not dead, I'm not dead. Waha." Everyone hugged each other happily. They were extremely excited. The Underworld was the tomb of the gods. If any god died here, everything would be under the control of the Underworld. However, in the history of the Underworld, there were very few gods who could return alive. It had to be said that this was a huge miracle. He returned alive. Lin Ling was also muttering to himself, his entire body trembling with excitement. After going through all kinds of hardships, he could finally go back. If it was when he just arrived at the Netherworld, he wouldn't have dared to imagine such an outcome at all. "Lin Ling, congratulations." At the same time, Guang Chengxi's voice sounded in Lin Ling's heart. "Lin Ling, you've survived a great calamity." Another voice also sounded. It was the mysterious green-robed Taoist. "Thank you." Lin Ling knew that he could survive because of the help of Guang Chengxi and the other person. Not to mention other things, Lin Ling's memory was the most important thing. Without his memory, Lin Ling was still a slave of the Underworld. He could only endure the pain of reincarnation forever. Although we helped you, most of the time it was you who made the decisions. So, we only gave you a chance, and you're the one who seized it." Guang Chengxi's voice was also filled with excitement. He was happy for Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded. His eyes looked forward and suddenly became cold. He thought of the crazy man in the Dao Tower and Yin Wangguang, who wanted to kill him forever. "Yin Wangguang, Lin Ling, am back," Lin Ling said in a low voice. His words made everyone's excitement disappear, and their faces became cold. Yellow Emperor, Emperor Shun, Emperor Zhuanshu, Emperor Jun, and all of them showed strong killing intent. They still remembered the scene of them being slaughtered that day. Now, the universe couldn't destroy them, so it was time for Yin Wangguang to die. "Let's go back." Lin Ling sensed the Lin Ling universe and then led everyone into the Lin Ling universe. If they were in the Netherworld, it would be difficult for Lin Ling to bring people into the Lin Ling universe. However, after coming to the coast, the feeling was immediately different. The feeling of returning to the heavenly realm was stronger, and so was the Lin Ling universe. Returning to the Lin Ling universe again, this was no longer an ideology. The Lin Ling universe is greatly affected. The strength of the underworld deity is indeed terrifying. After returning to the familiar void, Lin Ling immediately noticed the damage to the Lin Ling universe. If the previous attack of the underworld deity came a few more times, his Lin Ling universe would probably collapse. "Come out, my fellow cultivators." Then Lin Ling shouted in a low voice. Now he had a physical body. Although he didn't have the 9 dantians, he could still use divine powers. Moreover, this was the Lin Ling universe. Lin Ling could do anything. Behind Lin Ling, his doppelgangers appeared again. They then looked at Lin Ling with a smile and said, "Fellow cultivator, thank you." "I should thank you. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to escape from the underworld deity's pursuit," Lin Ling said to all his doppelgangers. Although these doppelgangers were killed by the underworld deity, as long as Lin Ling didn't die, the doppelgangers could still be used at any time. "Now that the universe is unstable, I'll have to trouble you, my fellow cultivators," Lin Ling said to the doppelgangers again. Then he led everyone away. The doppelgangers smiled and nodded. After cupping their hands at Lin Ling, they disappeared on the spot and activated the Great Law again, constantly stabilizing and restoring the universe. We're back. And Yue, Xian Yuan Girl, Lei Gong, and the others flew ahead. Looking at the familiar universe, they were all excited. This was their hometown. "Ha, I'm back." Sakura, young Master Yao, and the others were so happy that they danced. With their family and friends here, they were naturally happy. As for the Yellow Emperor and the others, it was their first time here, so they weren't very excited. However, they were very happy. Moreover, they sensed that they could cultivate here. They were all looking forward to it and couldn't wait to recover their strength. "Don't worry, in this universe, I can help you reconstruct your bodies." Lin Ling looked at the Yellow Emperor and the others and said, "Moreover, this time, I brought back a large amount of nether ores. It's enough for everyone to cultivate. Everyone has their memories, so you'll definitely be able to quickly recover your strength. Then, I'll enter the Dao Pagoda and find the Dao for you. Return to the celestial plane. This way you can return. Lin Ling will have to trouble you." The Yellow Emperor and the others cupped their hands at Lin Ling. Lin Ling had brought them back from the underworld. This great kindness was unforgettable. Of course, Lin Ling himself didn't dare to take this kindness to heart. This was because he knew very well that the Yellow Emperor and the others had died because of him. They didn't blame him, which already moved Lin Ling. At this time, the Yellow Emperor and the others' eyes turned cold. "Lin Ling, if you want revenge, you must wait until we enter the Dao Pagoda. Because we want to see Yin Wangguang die with our own eyes." Chapter 5061. In the following days, Lin Ling quietly waited for the universe to recover. At the same time, he searched everywhere in the universe for rare treasures to reconstruct everyone's bodies. These bodies were top-notch in the Lin Ling universe, but after leaving Lin Ling's universe, their power would be greatly reduced. However, the advantage was that they could still cultivate in the Dao Tower in the Primal Chaos realm. This was equivalent to laying a solid foundation. If they wanted to recover their strength, the next step would be up to the Yellow Emperor and the others. After that, Lin Ling also left a large number of nether ores for the Yellow Emperor and the others. On this day, Lin Ling stood in the void, looking into the distance. Now, he had two things to do. First, he had to find Yu Yu and the others. Second, he had to find his former body. Yu Yu and the others have been reincarnated. It's not difficult to find them in any universe, but it will take a lot of time. First, I'll find my body, restore my strength, and take revenge. Lin Ling finally made up his mind and informed the Yellow Emperor and the others. After a long time, everyone arrived. There were more than 100,000 people. These people had followed Lin Ling in the Dao Tower. There were gods of the 5 emperors and gods of Lei Gong's hall. This huge force was also the foundation for Lin Ling to fight against the gods of the Primal Chaos realm in the future. "I'm going back to the Dao Tower. After I've prepared everything, I'll inform you when the time comes." Lin Ling looked at everyone and said. Hearing this, the Yellow Emperor and the others were inexplicably excited. They had dreamed of the day of revenge. Only after returning alive did they realize the beauty of life, and even more so, how important the blood feud of the past was. "Go." Everyone nodded at Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled and took a step forward. Using the Dao regression heavenly position, he left the Lin Ling universe. "Everyone, restore your strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, after we enter the Dao Tower, it will be difficult for us to keep up with Lin Ling's pace." After Lin Ling disappeared, the Yellow Emperor looked at everyone and said. They had only entered the 3rd level of the Dao Pagoda, but they were already in danger of being completely wiped out. What about the 4th or 5th level? The rotten race was also eyeing them covetously. If they didn't become stronger, they might be annihilated again. Saint-level giant universe god. Lei Gong, treasure god Nanwufenyu, and first-grade saint returning realm experts were all saints. The same went for Emperor Shun and Great Emperor Jun. Currently, in their camp, only the Yellow Emperor had stepped into the ranks of saints. Lin Ling left behind so many treasures for us. At the very least, we don't lack cultivation resources. Good luck. After talking for a while, everyone left, disappearing into every corner of the universe. As for Lin Ling, he borrowed the Dao returning to the heaven seat to return to the 3rd floor of the Dao Pagoda. This time, he didn't enter with his consciousness, but with his body. When he reappeared, he was already in what used to be a graveyard. Countless lonely graves sat on the ground, and an air of loneliness pervaded the air. Some tombstones still had burning paper money in front of them, while others had already turned into ashes. These were the gods who had died on the third floor of the Tao Pagoda. Looking at this scene, Lin Ling sighed in his heart. A person's death was like an extinguished lamp. So what if one was a god? After death, they were still a pile of yellow soil. Even if one's soul power was strong, after entering the underworld, one's life would be controlled by others and could not escape the universe's reincarnation. If it weren't for the help of that old man, I wouldn't have been able to come back. Lin Ling walked down the hill and looked at the small house beside the graveyard. He found that the house was dilapidated, and no one had lived in it for many years. Shaking his head, Lin Ling walked to the huge snow maple tree, knelt down, and kowtowed 3 times to this ancient tree. Thank you for your help, Senior. In the future, if you need this junior's help, this junior will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire. After looking up, Lin Ling said solemnly. Without this snow maple tree's reminder, Lin Ling wouldn't have been able to come back, and he probably wouldn't have been able to unlock the underworld imprint. Then, Lin Ling found his Tao Regression Celestial imprint under the snow maple tree and brought it with him. And in the Tao Regression Celestial imprint, the treasures stored in the past were still there. In addition, Lin Ling now had the nether ore, which was enough for his strength to greatly increase. Unfortunately, the tyrannical song sword was gone, and so was the Kwafu's sun-chasing boots. This was what Lin Ling wanted to find when he returned. Yin Wangguang, I'm coming. Looking into the distance, a large cloak appeared on Lin Ling's body, and then he walked alone into the distance. Now, he didn't know how long he had been away from the city of myriad gods, so he had to find out. The city of myriad gods had not changed much since Lin Ling left. Lin Ling thought as he walked. He wanted to find his body, find the lost treasures, and break through the barrier to step into the strength of the giant god of the universe. Before that, those who had harmed him in the past, he had to find them one by one and take revenge. And as Lin Ling walked along the city of myriad gods, in the faraway 5-spirit city, an old man sat on the tallest building in the city, and his brows suddenly furrowed. Master, what's wrong? A man behind him saw this and hurriedly asked. I don't know why, but I feel uneasy, as if some catastrophe is about to befall. The old man looked into the distance, his brows tightly knitted. He had no idea what was going on, only that his heart was shrouded by dark clouds. Master, why don't you do a divination? The man immediately said. The old man nodded, and an ancient 5-colored sacred tree appeared in his hand. Then he kept chanting, and finally he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of essence blood. The 5-colored sacred tree in his hand grew rapidly, turning into a towering ancient tree, shocking the entire city. Everyone looked up, only to see an old man standing on the tallest building, holding a huge ancient tree in his hand. The prophet is divining again. Everyone was discussing. The 5-spirit prophet had a powerful prediction ability and could predict the fate of the universe. He could predict what would happen thousands of years later and was extremely powerful. He was also known as the wisdom god of myriad gods. At this moment, the 5-colored sacred tree dropped a fruit, which was then caught by the 5-spirit prophet's other hand. The old man carefully looked at the fruit in his hand, and his eyes kept flashing with 5 colors. The man behind him stood quietly, knowing that his master was already divining. But at this moment, the old man spat out a mouthful of blood, and the fruit in his hand shattered, turning into powder. The huge ancient tree in the sky also dissipated like an illusion. Master, what's wrong? Seeing this, the man's expression changed greatly. The old man ignored him and looked deeply into the distance, muttering to himself in disbelief, "The devil has returned from hell." His whole body trembled, trembling extremely violently. Obviously, he was afraid. Master. The man suddenly became anxious. He had not seen his master lose his composure in many years. Usually, when this happened, it meant that something big had happened. Could it be that another war of the gods is about to break out? Master, should we leave this place? The man kept asking. The old man was still looking into the distance, and he revealed a bitter smile. We can't escape, we can't escape. Sai, this is the cycle of karma. The seeds that were planted back then will be reaped today. Chapter 5062. On the other side, Lin Ling was moving forward alone. At the same time, he sensed a strange power surging toward him. Get lost. Lin Ling sensed that this was the power of the universe. With a shout, Lin Ling resisted the power of the universe and tore it apart. That's really powerful. Someone probably knows that I'm back. Lin Ling's eyes flashed, but he didn't care too much. He had returned from the underworld, experienced life and death, and witnessed countless powerful gods. He didn't care about the gods on the third level of the Tao Tower. Now, what he was most afraid of was that the people in the holy city of the ocean would escape after hearing the news. Back then, Yin Wanguang had killed Lin Ling's family and friends to avenge his son. Now, Lin Ling could also kill all the gods in the holy city of the ocean for revenge. There was no right or wrong in this matter. There was only who was stronger and who was tougher. The tyrannical singing sword. Suddenly, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed as he sensed the aura of tyrannical singing sword in front of him. Before he went for revenge, he had to take back everything from back then, especially the 8 Dantians. In this way, he would have the strength to completely suppress Yin Wanguang. After that, Lin Ling flew forward. There was a market with people from all walks of life, and it was extremely chaotic. In the city of myriad gods, because of the high cost of entering the city, not everyone could enter the city, and this formed a small market like this. Lin Ling walked casually in the market, asked for information, and then walked toward a small courtyard. In the small courtyard, more than 10 gods stood there, all of whom were king-level giant universe gods, and they were constantly exchanging information. But at this time, dozens of nether ores were thrown on the ground, shocking everyone. They looked up and found that a cloaked man had appeared here without them knowing. Most importantly, this cloaked man only had the strength of a peak high god. Such strength was undoubtedly extremely rare in the city of myriad gods. These are... Could it be precious nether ores? Yes, nether ores. Nether ores, only the gods of the underworld have them. Could it be that he's from the underworld? Everyone raised their heads to look at the mysterious man. Their eyes flickered with greed. The person who came was Lin Ling. The reason why he came here was because he noticed that tyrannical singing sword was in the small courtyard, and he wanted to know what was going on in the ocean holy city through these people. Let me ask you, how is the holy city of the ocean now? Are there any changes? Lin Ling's cold voice floated out. The gods were all silent. The main reason was that Lin Ling's cultivation level was too low, which made them want to monopolize the nether ores. Sir, why are you acting so sneakily? Can't you show your true face? An old man smiled faintly and walked towards Lin Ling. He seemed to be speaking politely, but in reality he wanted to harm Lin Ling. Lin Ling could casually throw out a large amount of nether ores, so he probably had even more on him. He reached out his hand to Lin Ling, wanting to uncover Lin Ling's head, but surprisingly, Lin Ling didn't move. It was as if he had no power to resist. At this moment, the gods sneered. So what if he was from the underworld? His cultivation level was too low. It was not enough. Bang. But at this moment, Lin Ling finally moved. He raised his arm and grabbed the old man. Then he exerted a little force. Brain matter and blood spurted out, and a king-level universe god's head exploded. The terrifying thing was that the universe god was also resisting, urging a powerful godly power, but Lin Ling's palm seemed to be able to ignore any godly power. It went past him and exploded his head. Senior, what do you want to ask? At this moment, all the gods' expressions changed drastically, and they all bowed in respect. The old man from before was very strong, but he couldn't block this mysterious man's move. This showed that this person's strength was terrifying. How is the holy city of the ocean? Lin Ling asked indifferently. The holy city of the ocean? Everyone looked at each other, not understanding why Lin Ling asked this question. One of them hurriedly said, the holy city of the ocean hasn't changed much. The Silver Moon clan is still the overlord. How long has it been since the holy city of the ocean mobilized the entire clan to fight? Lin Ling asked again. Senior, are you talking about that great battle? 891 years have passed since then. That battle once alarmed the entire city of myriad gods. Who would have thought that in order to kill a minor god, the Silver Moon clan would mobilize their entire clan, even calling for help from several cities? And I heard that hundreds of thousands of people died in that battle. The enemy was completely annihilated. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. Unknowingly, more than 800 years had passed. Do you know where the battle took place? Lin Ling asked again. Everyone shook their heads. It had been so long. How could they remember? These nether ores are yours. Seeing that they didn't know, Lin Ling didn't bother to ask further. More importantly, he wanted to return to the battle site to see if he could find a trace of flesh. Hee, this old man knows, but I don't know how much nether ores this sir can take out. But at this time, a one-armed old man in black clothes laughed. Lin Ling looked at him coldly. He knew in his heart that the tyrannical song sword was in this person's possession. This person was probably lucky enough to obtain the tyrannical song sword at the battle site. Naturally, he knew the location of the battle. I'll give you as much as you want, Lin Ling said coldly. Hearing this, the one-armed old man's eyes lit up. I don't need a lot, 3,000 is enough. Then he laughed. Sir, you found the right person. That place has changed a long time ago. In the vicinity, no one is allowed to go near. Only a powerful god stands guard there, preventing anyone from approaching. This guard has been there for more than 800 years. I heard that that powerhouse has guarded many treasures for so many years. A large number of gods have tried to get their hands on those treasures, but they were all repelled by this powerhouse. However, that powerhouse hasn't recovered and is probably very weak now. If you want to get your hands on those treasures, it's very suitable for you to go now. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes flashed slightly. Someone was guarding there? Who was it? He thought of all the people he knew, but he couldn't find the answer. After all, his family and friends had all died with him in that battle. They lead the way. Without thinking too much, Lin Ling said to the one-armed old man. The old man immediately laughed and strode out of the small courtyard. After the two of them left, the gods in the small courtyard began to tidy up the nether ores on the ground and whispered, Sound Sword Elder is really greedy. He actually wants to take it all for himself. What do you mean take it all for himself? Didn't Sound Sword Elder say that he only wants 3,000 pieces of nether ores? Idiot, didn't you see Sound Sword Elder ask that person how many nether ores he has? And that person replied that he would give as much as he wanted. That's exposing the treasures on him. I see. After a round of conversation, many people were well aware of the situation. In the distance, Lin Ling followed the one-armed old man silently. His expression was calm and unmoved. This place should be about done. There's no one here. After a long time, Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and said coldly. Sound Sword Elder trembled and stopped in his tracks. He looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. Sir, what do you mean? Aren't you going to the ruins of the great battle? I'll know everything after I kill you. Chapter 5063. Kill me? What do you mean by that? The one-armed elder frowned and asked coldly. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. He didn't want to waste his breath. Did the one-armed elder really think that this was Lin Ling's first time out in the world? When the one-armed elder asked him how many treasures he had, Lin Ling had already sensed it. The only reason he didn't expose him was because he wanted to find a secluded place to get rid of the one-armed elder. Bang! Lin Ling punched out. It was a simple punch. The one-armed elder sneered. A sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed down. Terrifying divine energy turned into a world of swords and surged out. Puff, puff, puff. However, in the face of Lin Ling's punch, all the sword lights were shattered. When Lin Ling's punch arrived, the one-armed elder's sword shattered. What? The one-armed elder's expression changed drastically. As he retreated, A large sword appeared in his hand. Very well. You forced me to use this sword. You can die with honor. Dominating singing sword. Lin Ling stared at the large sword calmly. His eyes were filled with nostalgia. It was his sword. The sword that had fought with him for countless years. The sword that had gone through life and death with him. Return. Lin Ling growled, causing the sword in the one-armed old man's hand to jump wildly, revealing a hint of excitement. Killing sword, what's wrong with you? The one-armed elder's expression changed drastically. Ever since he had obtained the sword, he had sensed a dense killing intent from it. It was a precious sword that was hard to come by. However, the sword now revealed other emotions. It was excitement. Moreover, he felt that he couldn't hold the sword steadily. It was as if it would slip out of his control at any moment. What was going on? I picked this sword up from the ground during the Great War all those years ago. Over the years, I've used this sword to kill many gods. It's my trump card. Why did it end up like this today? Right? I found this sword in the ruins of the Great War. The owner of the sword is the man who was killed by the Silver Moon clan. I think his name is Lin Ling something. It's Lin Ling. The one-armed old man's expression suddenly changed as he stared at the white-haired man in shock. At that moment, the white-haired man stretched out his hand as though he was welcoming a friend of many years. The one-armed elder could no longer control the sword in his hand as it flew towards the white-haired man. The tip of the sword was aimed straight at the white-haired man. If the white-haired man was struck, not only would he be injured, he might even die. However, when the sword was less than a meter away from the white-haired man, the sword suddenly retracted its tip. Instead, it danced happily around the white-haired man. I miss you too, the white-haired man said calmly, as if he was responding to the sword. This scene confirmed everything, causing the one-armed old man to tremble. You are that Lin Ling who was killed by the Silver Moon race. Didn't you die? I've come back from hell. Lin Ling extended his palm, and the tyrant song sword floated down on its own. Hell has returned? The single-armed elder's face was pale, and he began to tremble. Could it be that this person came back alive from hell? In this vast universe, how could there be such a terrifying thing? Don't kill me. If you kill me, there won't be anyone to bring you to the battle ruins. The one-armed old man had already lost his will to fight, but Lin Ling shook his head. After devouring your soul, are you afraid that I won't be able to find the battle ruins? Boom! Lin Ling punched out, shattering the one-armed old man's body. His soul was also caught by Lin Ling and devoured. Then, Lin Ling flew off in a certain direction. After devouring the one-armed old man's soul, Lin Ling gained some understanding of the city of myriad gods. As for the battle ruins, as time passed, they had changed. In the past, when Lin Ling went into the fog, there was a demon-like forest nearby. Although it was destroyed, after 800 years, it gradually grew again. In addition, there was a powerful god guarding the forest, causing very few people to go near that area, unless they came with a purpose. To Lin Ling's surprise, there was indeed a powerful god guarding the battle ruins. After so many years, he had chased away wave after wave of powerful enemies. Who is it? However, the one-armed old man did not know who that god was, so Lin Ling was not too sure. Now, after going to the battle ruins, everything would be clear. Lin Ling's speed was very fast. Not long after, a pitch-black forest appeared in front of him, and memories flooded his mind. In the past, it was in this forest that he blocked the pursuit of Yin Wanguang's son, but Yin Wanguang was relentless in his pursuit, and in the end, karma happened. Now that he was revisiting this place, Lin Ling could not help but sigh with emotion. Of course, compared to the past, the current Lin Ling had completely transformed. Not to mention the 8 Danshan's returning, Lin Ling was confident that he could fight Yin Wanguang with his powerful physique. In addition, his soul power was several times stronger than before, which was even more incomparable to the past. Lin Ling entered the forest, and a large number of vines appeared in the forest again, rushing toward Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling's physique was strong, and with a step, all the vines were broken. He ran forward like this, and not long after, an open space appeared in front of him. What was surprising was that this open space was blood red, and the ground was full of withered bones, as if it was a place forgotten by the gods. In the distance, fog rolled, revealing a mysterious feeling. This was the place of the great battle. At that time, the Yellow Emperor and hundreds of thousands of people died here, dyeing the ground red, and it was still like this today. In the red ground, a god sat cross-legged, surrounded by 4 gods wearing large cloaks. A fishy smell wafted over at the same time. It was the rotten race. Sun God race, I didn't expect that in order to protect this place, you didn't move a step for 800 years, fought countless battles, and never recovered. If you hadn't risked your life to protect this place, we might not have been able to do anything to you. Now, your luck has come to an end. Your corpse is very suitable to be placed in the rotten race's pool. A few rotten race gods said coldly. The rotten race had always liked to plunder and assassinate gods, and the sun god race was very strong and united. Generally speaking, it was difficult for them to obtain the corpses of the sun god race. This time, it was clearly an accident. On the ground, the sitting god's expression did not change. His eyes were slightly closed, and his expression was full of fatigue. It's her. Lin Ling stood at the edge of the forest, shocked. This was because the god guarding this place was the 12-winged sun god. The 12-winged sun god and Lin Ling had only met a few times. Back then, Lin Ling had betrayed the sun god race and deceived the 12-winged sun god's feelings, but after that, he had saved the 12-winged sun god's life. He did not expect that this life-saving grace would cause the 12-winged sun god to guard their corpses for so many years. She even did not hesitate to die to protect them. Looks like I owe her a favor. Lin Ling secretly sighed and walked out. Chapter 5064. Huh. They all frowned as they discovered that this man was only a peak higher deity. However, this man had white hair and gave off a very cold feeling. Even though they were powerful, they still felt a chilling, killing intent that penetrated their hearts. Very strong. They instantly had a guess. They looked at each other and planned to work together to kill the white-haired man. However, just as they moved, the white-haired man's brows twitched, and a powerful soul power surged over. Universe 3 Extreme Destruction. Several rotten gods cried out in alarm as they sensed that their souls were about to collapse. It was not difficult for such a powerful soul power to instantly kill them. Sir, we are from the rotten race. One of the strongest decaying deities reported his background, hoping to intimidate the other party. He was also a god with a strong soul power, so he used his soul power to send back a voice. Lin Ling, the white-haired man, only replied with one voice, causing the rotten race god's soul to tremble. Lin Ling. It was actually Lin Ling. Of course, they knew who Lin Ling was. Back then, he had killed their rotten race god's junior in front of the real rotten race god. Moreover, he was the master of this battle site. Wasn't he dead? With disbelief, the souls of the rotten race collapsed. At this moment, the 12-winged young god did not know that the rotten race god was dead. She was already prepared to die. However, she felt a little regretful. She had been guarding this place for 800 years, but in the end, she had not been able to protect these corpses. However, at this moment, she noticed a strand of refreshing feeling come over. After she opened her eyes, she suddenly saw a white-haired man had taken out numerous treasures and placed them by her side to help her recover her exhausted divine energy and vitality. One had to know that she had not left this place for so many years, and all the treasures on her had been used up. Now that these treasures had appeared, it was no different from water in the desert. It's you. Soon, the 12-winged young god recognized the person. Her body trembled in disbelief. Sorry to have kept you waiting. From this moment on, you don't have to guard this place. The man in front of him was very cold. His hair was white, but he smiled. This smile warmed the 12-winged young god's heart, and then he became inexplicably excited. As expected, Lin Ling had returned. After Lin Ling's death, she had always thought that Lin Ling would come back. Even if the sun god race tried to persuade her, it was impossible. Even she knew that no one had ever returned from the underworld. But she still firmly believed that Lin Ling would come back. Perhaps, she was also thinking of repaying Lin Ling for saving her life, as well as the guilt of misunderstanding Lin Ling. However, she never expected that this man would really return. He had returned from the underworld. He had created a miracle. If she hadn't sensed that Lin Ling could breathe and had a body of flesh and blood, she would have thought that she was dreaming. Rest well. Lin Ling was still smiling. After he finished speaking, he looked at the blood-colored land, and his expression gradually became excited. He had found all the corpses. There were the yellow emperors, Lei Gong's, and his own. These were all divine blood and divine bones, and they were also rare treasures. The 12-winged Yang God looked at Lin Ling's back, and the corners of her mouth curled into a smile. At this moment, her entire body finally relaxed, and she even felt tired and sleepy. Next, she entered a deep sleep. Although sleeping in such a place was incomparably dangerous, she believed that with that man around, no one would be able to touch her. All of you return. At this moment, Lin Ling waved his hand, and the earth shook. The corpses buried underground and dried blood all floated out, turning into a vortex that flew towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling waved his right hand, and a black hole appeared. It was Lin Ling's universe. The corpses rushed into Lin Ling's universe and disappeared. At the same time, in Lin Ling's universe, the Yellow Emperor and the others were originally cultivating. Then, their eyes lit up as they sensed that their flesh and blood had appeared. Good, that's great. With this flesh and blood, we can find and recover our strength from back then. It seems that Lin Ling has found the remains of the battle back then. Moreover, Lin Ling must have found his own flesh and blood. In this way, he will definitely break through. Everyone was extremely happy. On the blood-colored land, Lin Ling closed his eyes and sensed his flesh and blood. Then he smiled and said, "Return." Under his shout, a large number of bones full of scars floated over, and a lot of sand and yellow soil with bloodstains also floated over. They poured into Lin Ling's body and gradually disappeared. In these bones and blood, Lin Ling sensed the aura and spiritual qi of back then. Come out. Then, Lin Ling took out a large number of nether ores and treasures to continuously restore his strength and combine the two bodies. Rumble. Lin Ling's dantian, one by one, began to appear. It was like a desert, crazily absorbing the power of the nether ores and constantly recovering. The bits and pieces of the past, the flesh and blood of the past, everything of the past, gradually recovered. After an unknown period of time, 8 dantians appeared in Lin Ling's dantian, and the divine embryos returned. 8 dantians, this was Lin Ling's foundation. Lin Ling had always felt that the 9 dantians cultivated by the chaos divine formula would be stronger than Pangu's true body in the future. Come back, all of you. As Lin Ling continued to shout, the power of faith, soul, and body completely merged into one. Breakthrough. Sensing the terrifying divine origin in his dantian, Lin Ling shouted again. Endless nether ores revolved around Lin Ling, and all the treasures accumulated by the celestial realm appeared, turning into a whirlpool and disappearing into Lin Ling's body. Lin Ling gradually disappeared, and only a huge whirlpool appeared on the ground. It was like a great universe, emitting a soul-crushing pressure. He's about to break through. The 12-winged Yang God sensed the terrifying power, and she was shocked, then fell into a deep sleep again. Rumble. The whole forest was shaking, and the demon-like vines were trembling. In the sky, the clouds also formed a terrifying whirlpool. In the distant world, passers-by looked in the direction of the forest, feeling a sense of trepidation. Could it be a saint-level universe god breaking through? Look at this huge power, it must be the saint level. After one dan of breakthrough, it'll be the god level that people dream of. God level, this has never appeared in the city of myriad gods. They discussed animatedly, both envious and fearful, and then walked far away. Rumble. At this time, a huge whirlpool appeared in the clouds, like an eye staring at the ground, and then a terrifying bolt of lightning was brewing. Around this bolt of lightning, gods were singing, and countless great universes were rotating. The universe god's tribulation. That terrifying pressure made the 12-winged yang god open her eyes again, because she found it difficult to breathe. Chapter 5065. The sound of singing spread throughout the world. The gods were singing. Divine light shrouded the huge thunderbolt, as if to wash away all the darkness in the world. The pressure was so great that it suppressed the earth. The wind swept away the clouds, and the whole forest was trembling. Soon after, the earth began to tremble. Countless trees and vines floated up like young straws, spinning along with the enormous aura. This divine tribulation is really terrifying. The 12-winged yang god watched the changes in the sky with a solemn expression. She came from an ancient race of the universe and was considered knowledgeable, but this was the first time she had seen such a divine tribulation. She could clearly see that when the gods in the sky were singing, there was a powerful divine pressure pressing down on the earth with every sentence. It was as if giants were slapping the earth with their palms. Under this divine pressure, not only was the forest crushed, but the earth was also covered in dust. In a short period of time, the nearby area had been turned into ruins. Lin Ling, you can't stop it. Hurry up and leave. The power of this divine tribulation is possessed by a giant universe god at the saint level. Hurry up and leave. The 12-winged yang god kept shouting. She almost wanted to run away as far as she could, because she had a feeling that even a giant universe god wouldn't dare to take on this tribulation easily. However, on the ground, the white-haired man looked at the sky with a calm expression. He was unmoved, and his aura was rippling. He wants to pass the tribulation. He has returned from the underworld. He must want to take revenge, and the only way to do so is to become a giant universe god. However, how is he going to survive this tribulation? Seeing that the man was unmoved, the 12-winged yang god gradually guessed Lin Ling's intention. But how could this be possible? Boom! At this time, a roar came from the sky, and it was continuous. The sound was terrifying and deafening, as if it was going to destroy the world. Poof! The 12-winged yang god couldn't withstand it at all. He spat out mouthfuls of blood like a drowning person. Looking into the distance, countless gods were watching. When the roar came, everyone felt their eardrums hurt, and their faces gradually turned pale. Even though they were so far away, they could still feel the terrifying pressure. If they were under the ground in front of them, they would probably be crushed to pieces. Boom! Boom! 13 consecutive explosions rang out. At this moment, the empty land floated into the air and gradually turned into fine powder. Amidst the pressure of the billowing storm, a bolt of lightning finally descended. It wasn't fast, but it had locked onto the past and present lives of the gods, making it impossible for them to escape. He's here. At the same time, Lin Ling raised his head to look at the sky. His eyes were filled with unyielding madness and indifference. Now, his strength was not much weaker than Yin Wangguang's. However, it would be difficult for him to completely destroy Ocean's sacred city. Lin Ling had secretly vowed that if he returned from the underworld, he would wash the holy city of the sea with blood, not letting a single person go. Back then, Yin Wangguang had killed all of his friends and family in order to kill him. Lin Ling would dare to do the same. When it came to insanity, he would never lose to anyone. It was just that very few people could drive him crazy. Since he was going crazy, he had to pass the divine tribulation. Bang! Lin Ling stomped on the ground and charged into the sky. He's crazy. The 12-winged yang god didn't expect Lin Ling to choose to face it head-on. After all, she had always wanted Lin Ling to escape and avoid the divine tribulation. At this moment, Lin Ling charged straight into the sky. He could feel a destructive power descending from the sky. This power was very strange. It wasn't the power of a god, but more like the power of the universe. This was definitely the law of the universe of the Tao realm. Come on! Lin Ling roared. Panga's real body appeared, and Panga's attack was pushed to the peak. He turned into a giant in midair. His long hair danced wildly, his clothes were all torn, and his solid muscles were full of complex runes. He punched the sky, and the fierce physical strength carried Pangu's aura to resist the divine tribulation of the Song of the Gods. Such an action was tantamount to courting death. When his huge figure soared into the sky, everyone clearly saw it. They all opened their mouths wide, thinking the same thing as the 12-winged young god. This person was crazy. No one had ever dared to face a divine tribulation head-on. Most people waited for the divine tribulation to fall and then faced it head-on. And this person seemed to want to destroy the divine tribulation. Rumble. The huge fist was like a universe, smashing into the huge divine tribulation. However, at the moment of collision, something happened that made countless people widen their eyes. That fist actually caused the huge divine tribulation to freeze. The 12-winged young god's hand immediately covered her mouth. She knew that Lin Ling had the strength of a superior god, and this divine tribulation was that of a king-level universe god. However, its power was terrifying, comparable to that of a saint level. A superior god against a saint-level universe god's divine tribulation. And it wasn't a passive defense, but an active attack. What was even more terrifying was that the fist actually caused the divine tribulation to freeze. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't slow down and punched out again. Boom! This time, the huge divine tribulation was blasted backward, and cracks appeared on the lightning. The gods in the sky became somewhat illusory. Boom! With the third punch, the divine tribulation lightning flew backward toward the tribulation clouds in the sky. This punch was stronger than the previous two. The main thing was that Lin Ling had added the power of the Lin Ling universe into his powerful physical strength. And Lin Ling's physical body was powerful. Even if the endless divine tribulation lightning wreaked havoc on him, he was indifferent and unharmed. I returned from the netherworld, and even the netherworld couldn't restrain me. You want to restrain me with mere Dao realm laws? Lin Ling punched out 3 more times in a row. The first punch caused the divine tribulation to tremble. Lin Ling's 9 dantians were tumbling, and 70 billion power of divinity appeared. Boom! The second punch caused the divine tribulation to shatter and dissipate. 100 billion power of divinity appeared in Lin Ling's dantian. When the third punch appeared, the clouds were scattered, and 200 billion power of divinity was born. Kakaka! The divine tribulation kept twitching and finally exploded. The powerful divine pressure from before disappeared, and the sky began to brighten. Everything returned to normal. Only the white-haired man floated in the sky. At this moment, he was like a divine tribulation. Countless gods looked at the scene in the distance, and they were silent for a long time. To be able to see such a miracle in their lives, they felt that their lives weren't in vain. What a domineering punch! The 12-winged young god's beautiful eyes trembled. She knew that Lin Ling had returned from the netherworld. He was no longer the Lin Ling of the past. At the same time, Lin Ling walked down from the sky. With every step, his footsteps became smaller, and he gradually returned to his former size. I've finally broken through. He nodded slightly, but he wasn't too surprised. Chapter 5066. Yin Wangguang, I'm coming. Lin Ling looked into the distance and sneered. On the other side, Ocean Saint City. The city was still heavily guarded. Those who entered had to pay a lot of treasures before they could cultivate in the city. After all, this was the territory of the Silver Moon clan. After 800 years, the entire Silver Moon clan in Ocean Saint City had increased in strength. Especially Yin Wangguang, his strength had improved significantly. It was said that his divine energy had increased greatly due to the resolution of the knot in his heart. Now that Yin Wangguang's strength had increased, Ocean Saint City's prestige in the city of myriad gods had also increased. What's going on? Yin Wangguang sat in the tallest building in the city and frowned slightly. During this period of time, his strength had improved and many of the city masters in the city of myriad gods had given him face and befriended him. This was something that he should be happy about. But for some reason, he had been feeling uneasy for the past few days. He looked up at the sky and could not figure it out. Men, get the 5 spirit prophets to see me. After thinking for a while, Yin Guang gave the order. His majestic voice spread throughout the city. Immediately, someone went up to the tallest building and reported respectfully outside the door, "City Master, the 5 spirit prophets have left. I don't think he can come." Left? Even if he left, get him to come. Tell him that I, Yin Guang, said so. Yin Guang frowned. Unless he doesn't want 5 spirit city anymore. City Master, the 5 spirit prophets have abandoned 5 spirit city and left. Outside the door, the voice came again. This time, Yin Guang's expression changed. Every city in the city of myriad gods was extremely precious and had been obtained with countless efforts and manpower. No one had ever been so generous as to give up the city of myriad gods. Did something happen? Yin Guang felt that the 5 spirit prophets' actions were too strange. My lord, the city masters have been waiting for a long time. At this time, the god at the door said respectfully, "Let them go. I'm not in a good mood today and have no time to see them." Yin Guang shook his head and his words shocked the god outside the door. 3 months ago, Yin Guang had sent out invitations to all the city masters to attend the banquet. Of course, although it was called a feast, Yin Guang was actually establishing his position as the overlord. None of the city lords dared to object and came as promised. However, Yin Guang suddenly changed his mind. Could it be that something big had happened? One had to know that the city lord had long wanted to establish his prestige in front of the other city lords. This was also his wish. Yes, city lord. The deity didn't dare to ask any more questions. He cupped his hands and left. Yin Guang's eyes flashed. He waved his right hand and a seed appeared in his palm. It gradually sprouted and grew into a huge 5-colored divine tree. This is the seed that the 5 spirit prophets left for me. They once told me that if I encountered any problems, I could use divination to see the fate of the heavens. Yin Guang said indifferently as he activated his divine power. Then, the 5-colored divine tree dropped a seed, and the seed started to have illusions. Red clouds appeared all over the sky, illuminating the entire hall. The light even shone through the windows, causing many people to see it. What happened? Yin Guang's expression changed drastically. Although he didn't have the accurate divination ability of the 5 spirit prophets, he could still tell what the red cloud represented. Blood-light disaster. Most importantly, Yin Guang knew that this blood-light disaster was very, very big. Is it accurate? Yin Guang frowned. At this moment, he was starting to have doubts. After all, with his strength and status, how could there be a blood-light disaster in the city of myriad gods? However, he had been restless for the past few days, which seemed to prove something. I, Yin Guang, have understood the universe since the creation of the world. I've seen all kinds of storms. How can a mere blood-light disaster affect my heart? Yin Guang snorted coldly. On the other side, the city lords were furious when they heard Yin Guang's order. Did he think they were monkeys? However, when they thought of Yin Guang and the Silver Moon clan's strength, they suppressed their anger. Then, they politely said goodbye to the deities of the Ocean Saint City and left. City Lord Yin Guang doesn't take us seriously. As the group left the holy city of the ocean, a god frowned and complained in a very displeased tone. Beside him was an elder in a green robe, but he didn't say a word. We helped Yin Guang back then and deceived the Yellow Emperor and the others, but after that he didn't reward us at all. Instead, he treated us like dogs. The deity said again, "Su Hong." At this moment, the green-robed elder who had been silent all this time looked over coldly. "Forefather." The deity's expression changed immediately. "Su Hong, how many times have I told you? Don't talk about Lin Ling and the Yellow Emperor in front of me." The green-robed elder said coldly, "Back then, if it weren't for my own selfishness, I wouldn't have harmed the Yellow Emperor and the others. The Yellow Emperor treated me as a friend, but I betrayed him." "Forefather." The deity frowned and said, "It's been so many years, Forefather. Can't you let it go? If you hadn't handed over the Yellow Emperor and the others back then, you would have been the one to die. Every man for himself. Moreover, who is that Lin Ling? He's just a small deity. Is he worth the forefathers' protection? Even if he's still alive, he's probably just a small deity. Su Hong. The green-robed elder shouted angrily. If you dare say that name again, I'll kill you. Forefather, calm down, calm down. I won't say it again. The deity hurriedly shook his head and begged for mercy. The green-robed elder glared at the deity and left with large strides. His eyes were looking into the distance. It had been 800 years. Every time he thought of that incident, he couldn't sleep at night. He felt that he had done something wrong. He had let the Yellow Emperor down. He felt that Lin Ling had died in front of him and that he would get his retribution. The green-robed elder sighed. Even if he had been brooding, if history were to repeat itself, he would still choose to help Yin Wanguang. After all, Lin Ling couldn't be compared to Yin Wanguang. Yin Wanguang had the strength to kill him, but Lin Ling didn't. As the two of them walked, a figure suddenly walked in front of them. This person was wearing a large cloak and was very mysterious. He walked past the green-robed elder and the others. Suddenly, the green-robed elder's body trembled as he felt an indescribable killing intent. However, he didn't say anything in the end and walked past the mysterious person. After the mysterious person disappeared, the green-robed elder muttered to himself, "Who is this person? Why does he give me a familiar feeling?" What he didn't see was that the mysterious person had already arrived at the shore of the sea and was looking at the huge holy city. It's been 800 years. Yin Wanguang, I've said that if I return, I'll exterminate your entire clan. Your clan isn't limited to the city of myriad gods. Therefore, the only thing I can do is to exterminate the entire Silver Moon clan. Chapter 5067. Looking at the magnificent city in the middle of the sea coldly, Lin Ling recalled the scene when he first entered the holy city of the sea. At that time, the holy city of the sea suppressed Lin Ling's Quafu's sun-chasing boots. In order to find this divine weapon, Lin Ling saw the kidnapping of immortal Duo Bao. That was why Yin Wentian kept chasing after him. It's a pity that immortal Duo Bao has been reincarnated. Otherwise, he could have witnessed this revenge. Lin Ling murmured to himself. When he looked at the holy city of the sea again, his eyes were cold. Destroying the Ocean Saint City wasn't as simple as just killing their way through. After all, once the news was leaked, even if Yin Wanguang was dead, the Silver Moon clan would scatter and run for their lives. Moreover, Lin Ling knew that there was a powerful god ancestor in the Silver Moon clan. If those people ran to the god ancestor, it would be difficult for Lin Ling to kill them all. In the past, Yin Wanguang killed Lei Gong and others in front of Lin Ling. Therefore, Lin Ling had to pay him back. What did it mean to kill all the people of the Silver Moon clan that Lin Ling could see? This was the end. Of course, if he wanted to do that, he had to be ruthless enough. However, since Lin Ling saw his family and friends being killed, his heart had been ruthless. For him, his family and friends were his reverse scale. As long as someone dared to touch this reverse scale, he dared to go against the whole universe. Lin Ling's soul power spread out and gradually covered the entire holy city of the sea. Everything in the city was clear to Lin Ling at a glance. Now, Lin Ling's soul power was several times stronger than before. Yin Wanguang is also here, and he is in seclusion. He came at the right time. Lin Ling sensed a strong momentum and guessed that it was Yin Wanguang. Moreover, Yin Wanguang seemed to be in seclusion, which gave Lin Ling enough time. Seal. Lin Ling shrouded the holy city of the sea with his powerful soul power and sealed everything. From this moment on, everyone could only enter and leave because they were blocked by the 3 ultimate breaks of the universe, which sealed their souls. There are still a lot of people of the Silver Moon clan in the city of myriad gods. Bring them all back, don't leave anyone behind. Lin Ling looked into the distance. When he was searching the holy city of the sea, he learned the whereabouts of the other members of the Silver Moon clan from the Silver Moon clan. Furthermore, he found a very senior elder and forcefully searched his soul. This allowed him to know more about the features of the scattered Silver Moon clansmen. There are 221 people of the Silver Moon clan. Lin Ling took a step forward, and disappeared, and disappeared, disappeared. Some of the people of the city of the holy city of the sea of the universe, of the sea, they was found that they was blocked. Most importantly, the power that was blocking them was very strange. It didn't block their physical bodies, but their souls. Killed, sea was to kill. Of the Lin of the gods of the gods of the gods of the sea at the city gates, voices of dissatisfaction rose and fell. However, the experts guarding the gates did not know what was going on, which made those who wanted to leave the city even more uneasy. After all, the holy city of the sea had always been domineering. Although they had paid the entrance fee, the holy city of the sea was interested in more treasures. It was not impossible for them to kill and rob the treasures. In fact, this kind of thing happened all the time, but the number of people was very small. It was not like today when everyone was trapped in the city. We will report this to the Silver Moon clan, and let the experts investigate. The experts of the Silver Moon clan quickly left to report. In the Silver Moon clan's base camp, the bloodline of the Silver Moon clan was also discussing. An elder frowned and followed the crowd. Not long ago, he had been attacked by a powerful force, but when he woke up, he found that nothing had happened. This made him feel very strange. He did not know that it was Lin Ling who had attacked him, and Lin Ling was searching his soul. At this moment, Lin Ling was flying into the distance. His speed was so fast that it created waves of sound waves in the sky. Speaking of which, this was the first time Lin Ling had ventured into the city of myriad gods without fear. When he first arrived, he was killed before he could go far. However, with Lin Ling's current strength, it was not difficult for him to run rampant. A total of 221 people. Some of them are gathered together, so it's easy to find them. Some of them are scattered, so it's a little troublesome. But 3 days is enough. Lin Ling's speed was very fast. Not long after, he met 2 people from the Silver Moon clan. The aura of the Silver Moon clan was different. Those who were strong could clearly sense it. Moreover, these 2 people had not entered the city, but were in a small town. In the city of myriad gods, there was no lack of such small towns for the gods to rest in. "Cousin, I'm here." At this moment in the small town, a cold-looking man walked quickly. Silverstone was extremely excited. Even though he looked indifferent on the surface, his heart was burning with passion. Because his cousin Yinxing had always been waiting for him in Losha town, and it was even to the extent that they would meet here every single month. After all, they were related by blood. In the Ocean Saint City, they did not dare to act recklessly. "Get out of my way." He was burning with impatience. He scolded those who did not know their place along the way. Those people were naturally dissatisfied, but when they saw the symbol of the Silver Moon clan on his chest, they all fell silent. They had long heard of the Silver Moon clan's tyranny. According to legend, 800 years ago, someone attacked the Silver Moon clan. In the end, the entire clan was killed. The commotion at that time shocked the city of myriad gods. Not long after, Silverstone finally arrived at a small courtyard. He gently pushed open the door and saw a lithe body. It was his cousin. His lower abdomen was suddenly burning. Silverstone could not help but lick his lips. Although it was not the first time he had done it, every time he saw his cousin's body, he would feel the urge. As soon as he stepped in, a figure came to the small town. After sensing, he immediately walked toward the small courtyard. After a while, the door of the small courtyard was kicked open and Lin Ling entered. Since he had decided to take revenge, he would not be sneaky. There was no need to be sneaky. "People of the Silver Moon clan, I, Lin Ling, am here." After entering the small courtyard, Lin Ling was the first to sternly shout. At the same time, 2 figures dashed out from the house in the small courtyard. Although their clothes were a little messy, their expressions were filled with anger. They were Yinzi and Shi. "Who are you?" Silverstone shouted angrily. He was very angry. He was about to pull out his spear but was suddenly interrupted. It would be strange if he was in a good mood. "You 2 must be from the Silver Moon clan. Come with me." Lin Ling locked onto the 2. Knowing that he had found his target, He did not waste any time and directly attacked. Bang, bang. His big hand grabbed out. It was simple and direct. Silverstone's pupils constricted. Is this person crazy? At the critical moment, he also activated a powerful superpower. However, when it collided with the big hand, it was instantly crushed. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 5068. If you want to blame someone, blame Yin Wanguang. Lin Ling said coldly. With a wave of his hand, Yin Wanguang was brought into Lin Ling's universe. The reason why he did not kill Yin Wanguang was that Yin Wanguang had slaughtered everyone in front of him. Today, he would return the favor. Brother Zisher. Yin Xing saw that her cousin had disappeared and immediately looked at Lin Ling. This matter has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me. As long as you are a member of the Silver Moon clan, everything is related. Lin Ling looked at her coldly. Are you going to wait to be captured, or do you want me to do it? Who the hell are you? Seeing Lin Ling's strong killing intent, Yin Xing knew that things were not going well. Lin Ling from 800 years ago. Lin Ling said coldly. With a wave of his hand, Yin Xing was also brought into Lin Ling's universe. Then, Lin Ling disappeared and went to find other members of the Silver Moon clan. In the past, Yin Wanguang had found the Yellow Emperor and the others to force him out. Lin Ling had also patiently found all the members of the Silver Moon clan and brought them to the Great Ocean Saint City. In the past, Yin Wanguang had slaughtered Lin Ling's family and friends in front of him, which made Lin Ling suffer so much that his hair turned white. Now, Lin Ling was going to slaughter his clan members in front of Yin Wanguang and let him experience the pain of his heart being torn apart. Zhongyuan City, the city of myriad gods, was also known as the Ghost City. It was also famous on the third level of the Dao Tower. It was said that the city master of this city, the Zhongyuan ancestor, was transformed from Heishan. He had great strength and was very close to the Great Ocean Saint City, so no one dared to disrespect him. On this day, Zhongyuan City welcomed a large number of experts. Most importantly, they did not need to give any treasures to enter the city. This was because they were from the Great Ocean Saint City. Everyone knew that the Great Ocean Saint City was the home of the Silver Moon clan, so no one dared to provoke them. We are here to pay a visit to the Zhongyuan ancestor on the orders of the patriarch. An old man shouted as soon as he entered the city. His brows furrowed slightly. This Zhongyuan city was truly a ghost city. The entire city was pitch black without any lights. The streets and alleys were filled with ghosts and gods that cultivated nether chi. Ordinary gods would feel uncomfortable if they entered this place. This was especially true for the Silver Moon clan, the clan that represented the moon. That feeling was even stronger. Everyone coming to my Zhongyuan city is truly a blessing for my city. However, our Zhongyuan old ancestor has just entered seclusion. My apologies, my apologies. An old woman carrying a ghost lantern slowly walked over from afar. Just happened to be in seclusion? The old man said indifferently. After returning from the Holy Ocean City, the ancestor went into seclusion. The old woman's face was as pale as a corpse's as she smiled faintly. The old man didn't suspect anything when he heard this. After all, the city lords of the various cities had gathered not long ago, but their patriarchs hadn't met them and had asked them to leave on their own. We are here to deliver the Great Ocean Holy Stone. The last time the city lord gathered, the Zhongyuan patriarch left quickly, causing him to not take the Great Ocean Holy Stone with him. The old man then took out a large number of specialties of the Great Ocean Holy City and placed them on the ground. Thank you, everyone. The old woman immediately bowed to them. Rumble. At this moment, there was a rumble as the city gate was broken open. The only two lanterns hanging at the gate fell to the ground. At the same time, a figure flew over and landed in front of everyone's eyes. Someone is forcing their way in. Someone is forcing their way in. Behind them, a large number of gods in Zhongyuan City were also shouting. Who is it? The old woman and the others immediately stared at the newcomer and realized that it was a white-haired man. This person's aura was very strong and cold, as if he had come from the depths of hell. His eyes were also staring at everyone from the Silver Moon clan. A total of 79 people. That's a lot of people. The white-haired man said indifferently, "This is a private matter between me and the Silver Moon clan. Anyone who dares to interfere will be killed without mercy." After speaking, he attacked the Silver Moon clan's old man, his large hand grabbing at him. Stars and moon intertwining radiance. Seeing that the other party had suddenly attacked, the old man's expression changed. He unleashed all his divine energy, releasing a powerful divine energy. His divine energy had reached 2,000 divine energy. When the other gods of the Silver Moon clan saw this, they also unleashed their divine energy, forming a sacred scene of the stars and moon intertwining radiance. In the sky, a bright moon appeared. Tens of millions of stars shone with starlight, and all of them were on that bright moon. The bright moon swayed, shooting out tens of millions of starlight-formed moonlight that enveloped the white-haired man's body. "Sir, don't you know that we are from the Silver Moon clan? How dare you attack us? Do you want to die?" Seeing that the white-haired man was frozen in place, the Silver Moon clan's old man said coldly, "Hee, why waste your breath on him? Leave this person's corpse to us in Zhongyuan City. We will definitely give you a satisfactory answer." The old woman stared coldly at the white-haired man. She was angry that this person dared to break the rules of Zhongyuan City. Then she said to the Silver Moon clan's people. However, just as she finished speaking, there was a loud boom. Countless cracks appeared around the white-haired man's body, which was covered in moonlight. Those were the cracks of the moonlight. At this moment, the white-haired man was like a demon, terrifying to the extreme. Everyone's expression changed. It should be known that when they joined forces, their divine energy was definitely in the 800 billion range. However, this white-haired man was not afraid. Could it be that the divine energy was invincible? After easily escaping, the white-haired man suddenly disappeared. Then, one of the Silver Moon clan's people was kicked in the waist, followed by the next person. Gradually, more and more people appeared. Not good. Zhongyuan City, help me. The Silver Moon clan's old man's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly shouted to the old woman. He could tell that this white-haired man was very strong. He reckoned that this white-haired man was an existence that could not be underestimated. As he shouted, more than 70 people from the Silver Moon clan were severely injured and began to disappear. At the same time, a large number of gods who cultivated netherworld energy appeared in Zhongyuan City. After hearing the old woman's words, they all attacked the white-haired man. However, the white-haired man was not afraid at all. Relying on his fists and feet, he killed these gods. Netherworld energy seemed to have no effect on this white-haired man. It was as if this white-haired man had just returned from the netherworld. Only when the Silver Moon clan's old man disappeared did the white-haired man leave. Looking around, other than the old woman, there was no one left. All the gods who came to help Zhongyuan City had been killed. So strong. The old woman trembled all over. She did not dare to stop the white-haired man. Only when the white-haired man had completely disappeared did the old woman dare to report to the Zhongyuan ancestor. The Zhongyuan ancestor, who had been in seclusion, suddenly woke up. He then used his godly abilities to investigate the previous battle. His body trembled violently as he stared at the white-haired man in disbelief. "It's him? Impossible. Isn't he dead?" A bone-chilling coldness entered the Zhongyuan ancestor's heart. Chapter 5069. In less than a day, Lin Ling had captured more than 100 members of the Silver Moon clan alive. There were still more than 100 left. Lin Ling sensed for a while and continued flying forward. He sensed that a large number of members of the Silver Moon clan had gathered in one place. And that place was Tai Broken Star City. Tai Broken Star City was a powerful city of myriad gods because it was the gathering place of sword gods. Gods who were good at swords could enter the city for free, and vice versa. The entrance fee was incomparably expensive. And in this city, the Sword Dao universe could be improved rapidly, turning into godly energy and increasing the strength of the gods. After a while, Lin Ling floated above Tai Broken Star City. His soul force entered the city and locked onto the gods of the Silver Moon clan. These gods were quite strong, and there were even Saint Giant Universe gods among them. Tai Broken Star City not only had a strong Sword Dao universe, but it also had powerful illusions. Early Saint Giant Universe gods? Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. With his current strength, early Saint Giant Universe gods were no match for him without relying on his fleshly body and soul force. His godly energy had reached 2,000 points. If he fused his innate talent, his godly energy could be doubled. This was 400 billion points, which surpassed the strength of an ordinary early Saint Giant Universe god. And this was without fusing his fleshly body. Otherwise, even middle Saint Giant Universe gods would be no match for him. Especially his fleshly body, which was incomparably strong. Illusion Universe? What a joke! I faced many reincarnation illusions in the destructive divine mammoth, but they were all broken by me. How dare a mere city's illusion stop me? Lin Ling saw the strength of Tai Broken Star City and flew straight down. At this moment, dozens of gods with swords on their backs were walking slowly on the street. Leading them was a man with a square face and a cold expression. He had a slender figure, and there was a wind of nirvana around him. It was terrifying. He was the strongest leader of the Silver Moon clan, and he had the strength of a Saint Giant Universe god. Beside him, an old man was chatting with him with a smile. This old man also had the strength of a Saint Giant Universe god, and he was a Middle Universe god. He was very powerful. They kept talking. Suddenly, they felt a terrifying aura pressing down on them. Raising his head, he could only see a white-haired man walking down, his aura as cold as the wind. Today, I'm here for the Silver Moon clan. Unrelated people, scram. It was accompanied by a domineering voice. Yin Ting, are they looking for you? Tai Fragmented Star City smiled and turned to look at the indifferent man beside him. The man shook his head slightly. You're courting death. As soon as he finished speaking, he drew his sword and unleashed 300 billion strands of the power of divinity. The sword light soared into the sky. Not only was it filled with immense divine power, it was also filled with the domineering sharpness of the sword. Uncle Ting's sword is getting stronger and stronger. Seeing that terrifying sword strike, the Silver Moon clan's disciples immediately cheered. However, in the skies, the white-haired man also slashed down with his sword. Endless slaughter accompanied by an illusory realm came crashing down. With just one strike, Yin Ting's expression changed. The city master of Broken Star City narrowed his eyes as well. How terrifying! 400 billion units of godly power. And the killing intent in that sword was too thick. Clang. As soon as the two swords clashed, Yin Ting's sword broke, causing blood to flow out from the corner of his mouth. Who is this person? He's so strong. I guess he's one of the best among the saints. Yin Ting growled. I'll help you. Beside him, the city master also drew his sword. He put two fingers together and turned them into sword fingers, pointing at the sky. Behind him, countless swords shot out. The entire sky was filled with endless starlight. The Tai fire was burning. Those swords rushed out of the Tai fire and turned into flaming swords, shooting towards Lin Ling in a mighty manner. The city master has made his move. He hasn't used his sword for more than 3,000 years. Who is that white-haired man? He actually forced the city master to use his sword and fought both Yin Ting and the city master. In Grand Unity Shattered Star City, many gods cried out in surprise. Break for me. In the skies, Lin Ling's expression didn't change. He punched out. That punch was like the universe, carrying the purest power that could split heaven and earth. Like a meteor crashing down, it blasted away all the Tai fire swords. The city master's pupils trembled. The strength of this person was beyond his imagination. Could it be the city master of the city of myriad gods? Moreover, he was puzzled. Even if it was the city master of the city of myriad gods, who would have the guts to face off against the two of them? Come out. The city master growled. Under his voice, the entire city shook. Dense mist poured out from all directions and then lingered in the sky, forming an incomparably large illusion. Protect the city! The entire city roared. Broken Star City had a powerful defensive power because there was a layer of primordial energy under the city. It could change colors and form the most terrifying illusion universe. No one could break through it. They've made their move. Primordial Tai Illusion City. That white-haired man is probably lost in the illusion. But who is this person? He's really strong. In every corner of the city, voices of relief floated out. The city master also let out a sigh of relief. Then he said solemnly, "Yin Ting, do you know this person? He's strong. I'm afraid he's not weaker than your patriarch. I don't know him, but he gives me a sense of familiarity. It's like I've seen him somewhere before." Yin Ting narrowed his eyes. He was still shocked by the white-haired man's strength. He must report this to the patriarch and see if he was an enemy of the Silver Moon clan. After all, personally, he had never offended such a strong person. Sword of Faith. But at this moment, a voice came from the sky. Then, a white light flashed and the illusion in the sky was split into two. A figure with white hair fluttering in the wind walked out from within the crowd. The entire city was silent. Yin Ting and the city master's pupils trembled violently. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak. One must know that the illusion universe was formed from primordial energy. No one could break through it unless it was a powerful god. And with such strength, no one in the city of myriad gods could stop him. No one spoke. They could only watch as the white-haired man walked down step by step. The Silver Moon clan members were all trembling. Silver Moon clan. In the white-haired man's eyes, there was only the Silver Moon clan. He ignored everyone else. His large hand grabbed out. A powerful suction force was born. Every time he grabbed someone, they disappeared. Even the powerful Yin Ting was no exception. He didn't even have the slightest resistance. Perhaps he knew that he couldn't resist at all. Just like that, dozens of people disappeared in front of the city master. The city master didn't dare to move. It was only when the white-haired man turned around and left that he gradually regained his breath. Terrifying. Chapter 5070. City Lord he seems to be the man killed by Yin Wanguang 800 years ago. Only after Lin Ling disappeared did a voice come out from Tai Broken Star City. Hearing this, the city lord's eyes narrowed. 800 years ago, the entire Silver Moon clan was mobilized, summoning every city to hunt down a junior. Who in the city of myriad gods didn't know about this? Nonsense, isn't that person dead? The city lord roared. I was there, I remember that head of white hair, I remember his face, and I can't forget his eyes. That person also roared at the city lord. The city lord's eyes trembled, and he muttered to himself, 800 years, he's back from hell. He was there, and he remembered the white-haired man saying that he would definitely return. However, he didn't think much of it. After all, he had never heard of anyone returning from the underworld, not even the underworld's gods. After all, after death, didn't people enter the cycle of reincarnation? On the other side, Lin Ling flew along the ground, his eyes cold. There were only 10 Silver Moon clan members left outside. As long as he could capture them, the entire Silver Moon clan in the city of myriad gods would be wiped out. As for his grand plan to capture the Silver Moon clan members, someone must have guessed it. Lin Ling didn't care about this. He dared to come back because he was prepared, and he wasn't afraid of being recognized. With such powerful strength, Lin Ling even wanted to tell everyone and Yin Wanguang in a spectacular manner. That year, you went to great lengths to hunt down Lin Ling, and everyone in the city of myriad gods knew about it. Today Lin Ling could do it too. While Lin Ling was plundering the Silver Moon clan, Yin Wanguang was in seclusion in the Ocean Saint City, but he felt uneasy. Originally, his progress was smooth, and he should be able to break through smoothly. However, he didn't know why, but he felt uneasy, as if something had happened, and he couldn't calm down to cultivate. What the hell is going on? Finally, Yin Wanguang opened his eyes, and his face was ashen. Not being able to break through time and time again, no doubt it made him very angry. Suddenly he took out an incense stick and burned it. His pupils constricted. The burning incense formed a starry sky chart, and a large number of stars were gathered together. On the other hand, there were fewer and fewer stars outside. My clansmen! Yin Wan Guang's expression changed drastically. He took out his jade token to check and realized that more than 200 people were missing. Furthermore, the number was still decreasing. This meant that the Silver Moon clan who were not in the Holy Ocean City were disappearing. Yin Zishir, Yin Ziying, and Yin Ting. Through the jade token, Yin Wan Guang knew who was going out this time. What worried him was that some of them were the juniors he doted on the most. What's going on? Someone come. He stood up and continuously notified his clan members. Soon after, he anxiously paced back and forth. His life had been smooth sailing, but this was the second time he had experienced this kind of apprehension. And the first time was when his son, Yin Wenin, died. Patriarch, what happened? A moment later, a large number of elders arrived and looked at Yin Wan Guang anxiously. They had not seen the patriarch lose his composure for many years. Yin Ting and the others are missing, Yin Wan Guang said coldly. His words made the elders' expressions change. After investigating, they immediately discovered something. Governor, during this period of time, many strange things have happened in the Holy Ocean City. Now, the entire Holy Ocean City has been sealed. An elder said to Yin Wan Guang. What? Yin Wan Guang was in disbelief and said angrily, "Why didn't you inform me about this? We thought that the patriarch was in seclusion, so we did not dare to disturb him. Moreover, we always thought that we could solve this by ourselves. Only when Yin Ting and the others disappeared did we realize that this was not a small matter. There seems to be a layer of dark clouds hanging over the Holy Ocean City. Above." All the elders said, "Follow me to take a look." Yin Wan Guang led everyone to the city. When they arrived at the city gate, Yin Wan Guang continued to investigate and his expression became more and more serious. He used various superpowers and even used his full strength, but he realized that this strange power could not stop him. He could leave the Holy Ocean City. However, he could only escape, but it did not mean that he could break it. This was because this was soul power. Moreover, what was the use of him rushing out of the Holy Ocean City? The entire Silver Moon City had to rush out. What a powerful soul power! Who would be so generous to seal the Holy Ocean City? Yin Wan Guang squinted his eyes and looked into the distance. Ever since he conquered the Holy Ocean City, no one had ever made him afraid. However, today, at this moment, a strong sense of fear rose in his heart. He was afraid of who had attacked the Silver Moon clan. Moreover, this person had monstrous power. Who was he? Brother Wan Guang, this is bad. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Then there were ghostly clouds in front of them. They quickly arrived at the Holy Ocean City. In the end, the ghostly clouds turned into an elder. He stared at the Holy Ocean City and his expression changed instantly. Apparently, he had noticed the mysterious power outside the Holy Ocean City. Brother Wan Guang, what happened in the Holy Ocean City? The elder was the ancestor of the Central Yuan sect. Why are you looking for me? Come in and tell me. Yin Wan Guang replied coldly. The ancestor of the Central Yuan sect's eyes flashed. He had intended to enter the city, but he stopped in his tracks. He had a feeling that once he entered, it would be difficult for him to come out. He changed the topic and said, "This is bad." Then, he waved his right hand and the scene in the Central Yuan City appeared clearly in front of everyone's eyes. They saw a white-haired man attacking the gods of the Silver Moon clan. He was so powerful that no one could stop him. Who is it? How dare he attack the Silver Moon clan? The elders of the Silver Moon clan beside Yin Wan Guang shouted angrily. Brother Wan Guang, someone is back. At this moment, another voice sounded. This time, it was a voice transmission. It seemed to have come from a very far place. Tai Sword God? Yin Wan Guang was surprised. The other party was the city master of Tai Broken Star City. Why was he looking for him? Yin Ting and the others were taken away by an expert in my city. Brother Wang Guang, you must know this person. He's from 800 years ago. The city master's voice sounded again. Hearing this, Yin Wan Guang's body trembled. He quickly looked at the portrait that Zhong Yuan's ancestor had brought. In the portrait, the white-haired man was extremely powerful. He had easily killed the experts of Zhong Yuan City. In the blink of an eye, every member of the Silver Moon clan had disappeared. In the blink of an eye, they had all been annihilated. Most importantly, the white-haired man was very cold, and his eyes were very familiar. What? Yin Wan Guang roared. His eyes flashed as if he was thinking about something. Then, a terrifying aura exploded from his body. It shook the holy ocean city, and the ocean water in the distance shot up into the sky. Bang bang bang. Those who were closer to Yin Wan Guang were all blown away by a gust of wind. Chapter 5071. All the members of the Silver Moon clan were in disbelief. One had to know that when the clan members had disappeared, the clan leader's expression had only darkened and he had been furious. But after seeing the scene brought by the Zhongyuan patriarch and the warning from the Tai sword god, he had suddenly erupted with such killing intent. This murderous intent had not been seen for many years. If he remembered correctly, the last time it appeared was 800 years ago. At that time, Yin Wenyin had just died, and Yin Wan Guang was filled with murderous intent. 800 years, I see. At this moment, Yin Wan Guang kept muttering to himself. The clan members were curious about who the clan leader was afraid of. Why can he return from the underworld? Why did the underworld say he had reincarnated when I went there 100 years ago? Why? Yin Wan Guang asked 3 questions in a row because he was too confused. The white-haired man, who had been as weak as an ant, had the power to seal the holy city of the ocean. Obviously, he was here for revenge. The most important thing was that this kind of revenge had to be carried out with great fanfare and vigor. He could not understand what the white-haired man had gone through in the past 800 years to become so powerful. He was so powerful that he could not see through him. I'll go into seclusion immediately. Unless he comes, don't disturb me. Yin Wan Guang strode away to find a way to break the holy city of the ocean and inform the god ancestor of the Silver Moon clan. Unfortunately, Yin Wan Guang did not have much hope. After all, the god ancestor was too far away. He could only rely on himself. Clan leader, who is he? The clan members looked at Yin Wan Guang in confusion, but Yin Wan Guang had already disappeared. He is Lin Ling, the man who was exterminated by the Silver Moon clan 800 years ago. Outside the holy city of the ocean, the Zhongyuan patriarch said in a low voice. He was also very worried, because back then he was also involved in killing Lin Ling. With Lin Ling's temperament, he might come to kill him. Now it seemed that he was in the same boat as the holy city of the ocean. On the other side, Lin Ling was still searching for the Silver Moon clan members. Gradually, there were less than 7 of them left. He sensed and flew in a certain direction. A moment later, a warship made of gold appeared in front of them. It was majestic, and there were a large number of divine cannons around it. There were no less than 1,000 of them, and the surface area was also incomparably huge. It was like a city. Get out of the way, those who block the way will die. Loud voices could be heard from the warship from time to time. As a result, no one dared to block the path of the golden warship. Golden City. On the ground, everyone raised their heads with grave expressions. The Golden City, one of the cities of myriad gods. Legend has it that the entire city was made of gold. Moreover, this city could be separated into 2, turning into ships. Rumble. But at this moment, a white-haired man suddenly appeared in front of the huge golden warship and stopped the ship. Tell the Silver Moon clan to come out. The white-haired male spoke coldly, using a powerful force to stop the advance of the golden warship. It was terrifying to the extreme. Looking for the Silver Moon clan? I heard from the Oceanic Saint City that someone wants to harm the Silver Moon clan. All the clan members outside the Oceanic Saint City have disappeared. This old man didn't guess wrongly, the one who kidnapped the Silver Moon clan is you. The golden warship stopped, and an old voice could be heard, filled with arrogance. Lin Ling, get lost. You've been dead for 800 years, it's rare for you to come back to life. You should hide far away. If you want to take revenge, you can't go against the Silver Moon clan. The old man actually knew about Lin Ling's matter. Obviously, it was Yin Wan Guang who told him to protect the Silver Moon clan's members. Lin Ling? Dead for 800 years? What's going on? I have a close friend in the Oceanic Saint City. I heard that the entire city has been sealed. The Silver Moon clan's enemy is here. It's Lin Ling from 800 years ago. You mean the great event that shook the city of myriad gods 800 years ago? But didn't Lin Ling and the others die? Who knows? On the ground, voices rose and fell. A light flickered in Lin Ling's eyes. He didn't expect the news to spread so quickly in the city of myriad gods. However, this was also good. The faster the news spread, the closer he, Lin Ling, would get his revenge. Hand over the Silver Moon clan. Subsequently, Lin Ling looked indifferently at the giant golden warship. Impudent. With this old man here, don't even think about touching a single hair on their heads. Lin Ling, go to the Oceanic Saint City and accept your death. Otherwise, don't blame this old man for being impolite. A cold harumph came from the golden warship. 800 years ago, this old man witnessed your deaths with his own eyes. 800 years later, this old man can witness your deaths again. 800 years ago? A light flickered in Lin Ling's eyes. Although he knew that his greatest enemy was the Silver Moon clan, if he remembered correctly, there were many people who helped the Silver Moon clan in the past. These people, Lin Ling wanted to kill them. However, back then, Lin Ling was overwhelmed by anger and didn't pay attention to who they were. The owner of the warship in front of him must have seen what happened back then with his own eyes. He probably knew who they were. Lin Ling used the pangureel body and punched the golden warship. Rumble. With this punch, a huge fist print appeared on the giant golden warship as if it was hit by a meteorite. Impudent. A furious voice came from the golden warship. Fire! Kill him! On the golden warship, all the divine cannons began to aim at Lin Ling. Golden light gathered and shot out a large number of light pillars. There were too many divine cannons and Lin Ling couldn't block them all. The terrifying thing was that when the light pillars landed on Lin Ling, they immediately froze and turned Lin Ling into a golden statue. He was frozen by the gold. If you weren't that old fogey Yin Wan Guang's enemy, this old man would have killed you from the start. A disdainful voice came from the golden warship. Kakaka. However, just as he finished speaking, there was a loud boom. The golden statue cracked and then exploded. A giant grew rapidly and was actually not much smaller than the golden warship. Then, the giant took a step and came in front of the golden warship. Its fist smashed down like an island. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The giant warship shook and cracked, and a large number of golden fragments fell from the sky. Rumble. The giant tore with both hands, and the golden warship was actually split into two. A large number of figures fell down. Of course, half of them turned back into the golden warship, but it was much smaller. Stop. The golden warship that was half the size kept roaring and angrily asked the giant to stop. However, the giant didn't care at all. It attacked the golden warship crazily, and the warship was deformed as if it was going to break at any time. On the ground, countless gods witnessed this violent scene and were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. It was too violent. It actually destroyed the golden warship with just 2 fists. One had to know that this was half a city. I'll hand them over. You stop. After being hit by more than 10 punches, the golden warship was on the verge of collapse. Its powerful defense was useless in the face of such ferocious power. At the same time, the giant stopped. At this time, a few people floated out of the golden warship. They were from the Silver Moon race. Chapter 5072. In the golden warship, an old man's face was ghastly pale. He was the city governor of the Golden City and the owner of the Golden Warship. Originally, he did not want to hand over the people as Yin Wanguang had instructed him to protect the people of the Silver Moon clan. However, he had no choice but to hand them over. Come here. The giant looked down at the people of the Silver Moon clan and waved his hand to grab them. Mercy! Mercy! The people of the Silver Moon clan begged for mercy, but it was useless. In the end, they disappeared into the giant's palm. Lin Ling, I have handed them over. I will take my leave now. Seeing that the giant had captured the people of the Silver Moon clan, the voice of the city governor of the Golden Warship sounded again. However, this time, there was a hint of coldness in the voice. Then, the Golden Warship turned around and left. However, it had not gone far when a giant hand grabbed it. No matter how the Golden Warship flew, it could not escape from the giant hand. Lin Ling, what do you want? The city governor of the Golden City was furious. He had given the people he wanted. What else did Lin Ling want? 800 years ago, Lin Ling's entire clan had been killed. It had nothing to do with him. Come out! Lin Ling shouted. I won't come out. The city governor of the Golden City did not dare to come out. He was completely afraid of the giant. You won't come out? Lin Ling nodded. He held the Golden Warship in his hand and punched it repeatedly. The Golden Warship was on the verge of breaking. Stop! Stop! I will come out! I will come out! After a while, the city governor of the Golden City finally gave in. As the city governor of the Golden City, he had an innate love for gold. It was like his wife and lover. Previously, Lin Ling had torn his golden boat apart, and his heart was already bleeding. Now, Lin Ling was still unwilling to give up. If he allowed this to continue, not a single piece of his gold would be left. Lin Ling. At the same time, an old man in a golden robe appeared. He was tall and neatly dressed. His beard and hair were combed neatly, and he was full of dignity and arrogance. Of course, his dignity and arrogance turned into fear when he faced Lin Ling. Tell me, who attacked me back then? Lin Ling looked down at the old man and asked coldly. I can't say that. Lin Ling, I have my principles. I will never say what I have promised others, unless I am dead. The old man's expression changed and he hurriedly covered his mouth. He had already offended Yin Wanguang. If he revealed the people from back then, wouldn't he offend even more people? Then you can die. Lin Ling's large hand immediately grabbed over, forming a vortex. His physical strength was incomparably terrifying. Don't, I'll tell you. The elder roared, I know of the Middle Prime ancestor. He is the city lord of the Middle Prime city. He was the one who led the Silver Moon clan to hunt you down. There is also the 5 spirit prophets. He was the one who suggested killing your family and friends to force you out. There is also the green-robed elder. The Green Elder, he betrayed your family and friends, causing them to be captured by Yin Wanguang. There is also the Rotten Race. However, they arrived later and stopped the people who wanted to save you. I only know so much about the big shots. There are too many other small shots. I really can't remember them. Lin Ling Guang's expression did not change, but he remembered these names. Middle Prime Patriarch? He remembered that he had been there not long ago. If he had known, he would have captured the Middle Prime Patriarch alive. As for the 5 spirit prophets, he also remembered them. However, when they were killed, he only remembered their faces. He was not familiar with them. As for the green robe ancestor, he had never seen him before. However, when he thought about how he had betrayed the Yellow Emperor, he had to die. I'm done. Can we go now? Seeing that Lin Ling didn't speak, the old man whispered. Then, seeing that Lin Ling didn't speak, he wanted to turn around and leave. Wait, hand over your Kwafu Sunchasur boots. However, at this moment, Lin Ling spoke again. Hearing this, the old man smiled bitterly and slowly handed over a pair of boots. He had obtained this pair of boots by chance. He knew that it was one of the 10 great chaotic divine artifacts in the universe and was extremely precious. However, it was extremely difficult to activate the speed of this pair of boots. 800 years had passed, and he had only activated a small part of it. He didn't expect that Lin Ling would snatch it back before he could even touch it. A pair of boots floated towards Lin Ling and finally disappeared into Lin Ling's legs. Then, Lin Ling looked deeply at the old man. In the end, he didn't kill him and turned around to leave. What strength, he gave me even more pressure than Yin Wanguang. It seems like if the Silver Moon race doesn't send out the Silver Moon race, they won't be able to stop Lin Ling. In these 800 years, where did Lin Ling go? How did his strength increase so much? Watching Lin Ling gradually disappear, the old man finally let out a sigh of relief. It was as if he was watching a ferocious beast leave. He looked into the distance, knowing that the city of myriad gods was about to descend into chaos. Time passed quietly, and another day passed. However, on this day, the entire city of myriad gods was abuzz with rumors. In every city of myriad gods, powerful gods were talking about the Lin Ling from 800 years ago. Even if it was the first time many of them had heard of Lin Ling's name. However, they had heard of the great battle 800 years ago. Most importantly, even a powerful city like the Holy Sea City was sealed. This was proof of how sensational this battle was. On this day, the wind was calm and the waves were calm. On this day, the atmosphere in the city of myriad gods was stifling. On this day, it was also the third day. Not only was the city of myriad gods oppressive, but it was also filled with the smell of blood and slaughter. It was as if there was going to be a massacre today, and countless gods would fall. It was as if the end of the world was coming. Perhaps in the next 10 million years, when talking about the third floor of the Tao Pagoda and the city of myriad gods, no one would forget the name Lin Ling. This white-haired demon that seemed to have come back from hell, sweeping through the city of myriad gods. That head of white hair sent chills down one's spine. On this day, Lin Ling had the Yellow Emperor and the others return. They floated in the sky, looking into the distance. At this moment, everyone held their breaths. As they looked into the distance, the scenes from 800 years ago flooded their minds. At that time, they had just arrived at the third floor of the Tao Pagoda. Although they were cautious, they were also filled with endless expectations for the future. Unfortunately, what greeted them was a nightmare. The Silver Moon race summoned the entire city of myriad gods to encircle and annihilate them. In front of everyone, they were killed like dogs, without mercy. Their blood flowed all over the earth. Their lives were worthless. This was everyone's nightmare. However, now that they had returned, they wanted to use the blood of the Silver Moon race to dye this land red and wash away the nightmare of that year. Yin Wanguang, it's my turn. Among the crowd, Lin Ling looked at the Yellow Emperor and the others, then nodded and strode into the distance. At this moment, the Yellow Emperor, Lei Gong, and Yuer, Sakra, and Treasure God Nanwufenyu were all silent. On the contrary, they were incomparably excited. They had come for revenge, to make the Silver Moon race pay with blood. Chapter 5073. On the Silent Land, only a few 100,000 people were flying over in a grandiose manner. The entire third level seemed to have quieted down. Countless people looked up at the sky and saw 100,000 people flying past. They all knew why these people were going. How crazy, he's going to attack the great ocean holy city. Can Lin Ling fight against Yin Wanguang? I don't know if he can, but back then, Yin Wanguang brought the holy city to kill Lin Ling. It was also a big scene. Perhaps this is Lin Ling's tit for tat. Everyone was talking about it. A moment later, 100,000 people appeared on the shore of the sea, looking at the ancient holy city from afar. But around the ancient city, the seawater churned and rose into the sky, as if it knew that a strong enemy was coming. Stop! Lin Ling shouted, and everyone behind him stopped in their tracks. They stared at the holy city, their emotions surging like the waves in the distant sea. They're finally back. The Yellow Emperor sighed in his heart and said lightly. This simple sentence represented everyone's feelings. That's right, they were back. They had come back from the underworld and found the enemy who had killed them all those years ago. It was easy to say, but if it had been someone else, who would have thought that they could come here alive and kill their enemy with their own hands? At the same time, countless people in the holy city looked up at the sky. At first, they were silent, but gradually, they became fearful. Their expressions were complicated. When they saw the white-haired man with their own eyes, they were finally sure that everything that had happened was related to the white-haired man. Lin Ling was indeed back. Lin Ling. A cold voice resounded in the holy city of the ocean. A burly old man rushed out of the holy city of the ocean with 8 experts. Now, in the entire holy city, they were the only ones who could break out of the seal. Yin Guang, how have you been? I Lin Ling am back. When Lin Ling saw the domineering old man, he was inexplicably excited. Lin Ling knew that he was killed by Yin Guang, but Yin Guang wasn't willing to give up. He entered the netherworld to continue torturing Lin Ling. If Lin Ling hadn't obtained the memories, perhaps these days of torment would have never ended. Lin Ling, how did you escape from the underworld? How did you come back alive? Impossible, this is simply impossible. Yin Guang stared coldly at Lin Ling with a ferocious expression. Even though Lin Ling had died once, he still couldn't suppress his anger when he saw Lin Ling again. His son, Yin Wenian, had been killed by Lin Ling. Even now, he still couldn't get over it. However, before he could completely vent, Lin Ling had already killed his way back. He couldn't understand how Lin Ling did it. Yin Guang, since we're here today, let's not talk about empty words. I'll give you a chance. If you commit suicide and give me your soul, I'll spare the lives of your entire clan. Lin Ling said indifferently. Back then, in order to force Lin Ling out, Yin Guang had continuously killed his family and friends. Now, Lin Ling was also giving Yin Guang a chance. As long as he committed suicide, Lin Ling wouldn't kill his entire clan. In your dreams? Yin Guang laughed loudly. I've traversed the universe. When have I ever committed suicide? Lin Ling, it's hard to say who will live and who will die today. Yin Guang, I knew you would say this, so I never intended to let your entire clan go from the beginning. Today, the entire Silver Moon clan on the 3rd floor of the Dao Pagoda will die. Lin Ling sneered. His laughter was extremely cruel, with a touch of madness and bloodthirst, just like a madman. The entire clan will die. When his voice floated out, the 3rd floor of the Dao Pagoda suddenly became silent. Everyone felt a chill in their souls. The entire clan was going to be annihilated. This killing intent was too crazy. Ah, great-grandfather, save me. Suddenly, there was a scream of horror from the holy ocean city. In the streets and alleys, the bloodline of the Silver Moon clan was holding their heads and groaning in pain. Their souls were being attacked by the universe's 3 extreme breaks. I'll see you. Yin Guang's expression changed drastically. He found that those who were screaming in pain were his descendants, the juniors that he doted on greatly. He wanted to save them, but before he could rush over, the Silver Moon clan members stopped moving. Their souls had scattered. Yin Guang was like a madman. He rushed over to the dead clan members, hugged them, and shook them constantly. Unfortunately, they were all dead. How terrifying! There were gods in the holy ocean city who weren't from the Silver Moon clan. When they saw this scene, they trembled in fear. Yin Guang, it's painful. Back then I was in such pain. Today, I'll let you experience what I felt back then. This is an eye for an eye. Outside the holy ocean city, Lin Ling's crazy voice came. Under his voice, more Silver Moon clan members fell, their souls constantly collapsing. Jingtang Shaola. Yin Guang screamed at the top of his lungs. These clan members fell not far away from him. They hugged their heads and groaned in pain. Clan leader. Grandfather. They stared at Yin Guang, their eyes full of pleading. In the end, they fell one by one, their souls scattered into ashes. However, Yin Guang couldn't save them. Yin Guang couldn't break through the universe's 3 extremes. Yin Guang's whole body trembled, his eyes bloodshot. Now, he finally experienced that kind of pain. It turned out that there were many things in life that were more important than life. For example, his descendants and his family. When these important things fell in front of him, that kind of feeling was worse than death. He finally understood how Lin Ling felt back then when his hair turned white in a single day. Clan leader! At this time, another voice came from outside the Holy Ocean City. It was the Silver Moon clan members who were wandering outside and were caught by Yi Han. Easy Shirin Ting. Yin Wan Guang's face was gloomy as if he had just woken up from his sorrow. He rushed out of the Holy Ocean City and gritted his teeth. More than 200 Silver Moon clan members appeared around Lin Ling. Among them were Yin Ting and Yi Zishir, whom Yin Wan Guang doted on the most. Since Yin Wentian's death, Yin Wan Guang had been looking for spiritual sustenance. In the end, he entrusted the pain of his son's death to Yi Zishir and Yin Ting. Because these two were the most like his son. They will also die in front of you. Yin Wan Guang, if you don't kill yourself, they will die with you, just like how you killed me back then. Lin Ling smiled at Yin Wan Guang, but his smile was cruel and merciless. No! Yin Wan Guang suddenly thought of something. His mood that had just calmed down became chaotic again. As soon as he finished speaking, more than 200 Silver Moon clan members hugged their heads as if they were facing the most painful thing in their lives. Moreover, Lin Ling didn't kill them all at once. He was slowly torturing their souls. One should know that the pain of the physical body could never be compared to the pain of the soul. It was so painful that they wished they had never lived. Chapter 5074. Blame yourself for being part of the Silver Moon clan. Lin Ling looked at Yin Ting and the others coldly. These people might be innocent, but weren't Yu and the others innocent? Therefore, there was no such thing as innocence. It was just that every injustice had its perpetrator and every debt its debtor. They could only blame themselves for being related to Yin Wan Guang. Kill him. At this moment, Yin Wan Guang suddenly shouted. Several gods rushed toward Lin Ling. They all had the power of a saint giant universe god. They burst out with powerful godly energy, and their eyes were red. They wanted to kill Lin Ling on the spot. Lin Ling snorted and used his talent fusion and Pangu's body at the same time. He punched out to resist the joint attack of several people. The sky above Ocean Saint City exploded, and a terrifying power swept across like a collision between two universes. But after the storm, Lin Ling was still floating in the sky, safe and sound. Instead, two of the gods were killed by Lin Ling. What? Yin Wan Guang's eyes were trembling. Lin Ling was so strong? He stared at Lin Ling, who was fighting against a few gods, and found that Lin Ling was extremely calm. He didn't use any divine ability at all. He just relied on his powerful fists to kill the strongest gods in the holy city of the ocean. One had to know that those were giant universe gods with 4,000 units of godly power. Even if Yin Wan Guang fought several Saint Giant Universe gods, he might not be able to do it so easily. While Yin Wan Guang was still in shock, the strongest giant universe gods in Ocean Saint City all died. In the city of myriad gods, the eyes of all the great beings were trembling. Lin Ling had become too strong. With his current power, he could definitely do whatever he wanted on the third level of the Dao Tower. Yin Wan Guang, is this all you've got? After Lin Ling killed those powerhouses, he said coldly, since that's the case, you can only watch as your clan members continue to die. After saying that, his soul kept pouring out, controlling the three extreme breaks of the universe and harvesting all the lives of the Silver Moon clan. Ah, clan leader, save me. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. A large number of painful voices came from Ocean Saint City. The voices were like waves, rising and falling one after another. The entire city seemed to have turned into a city of pain. Shio, shio, shio. Following that, a large number of corpses floated out and gathered in the sky. Together with the 200 corpses around Lin Ling, a large area of corpses was a mass grave. These were all people of the Silver Moon clan. Majestic and domineering. Using countless corpses to take revenge was shocking. In Yin Wan Guang's eyes, it was like countless swords stabbing into his heart. Yin Wan Guang was stunned. He looked up to the sky and roared. Then he burst into tears. Xiao! All of the clan members were dead. There were so many of them that he couldn't even count them. Moreover, they died right in front of him. Xiao Xiao Yu. Xiao 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 Xiao. He Xiao of Xiao the Yellow Emperor, and the others coldly looked at this scene. This was giving them a taste of their own medicine. They had no sympathy at all. Didn't Yin Wangguang do the same to them in the past? After they died, Yin Wangguang was still unwilling to let them go. He had only himself to blame for his fate. Lin Ling. At this time, Yin Wangguang, who was on the verge of breaking down, finally looked at Lin Ling. 800 years ago, you killed my son, so I killed you to avenge him. It was only right and proper. Today, in order to avenge my son, you actually destroyed countless bloodlines of the Silver Moon race and made me the Silver Moon race. Sinner, you are so cruel. Ha! Lin Ling laughed out loud. His laughter was crazy and cold. Back then, I had no grudges with your son. Your son was the one who forced my hand and wanted to kill me. If he had left me some leeway back then, how could he have died? He forced me to do this. I only killed him because he forced me into a dead end. I can understand that you want to kill me for revenge, but you should never have killed my family and friends. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. As gods, we should have our own principles. As long as innocent people don't interfere with our grudges, we can let them go. But did you do that? I, Lin Ling, admit that I am not a good person. I have killed countless people, but as long as they are innocent, I will never kill them. Even if they are the son of my enemy, as long as it has nothing to do with hatred, as long as I don't want revenge, I will never implicate the innocent. Yin Wangguang, you are the one who has violated the principles of gods. Lin Ling's voice grew louder and louder. His last sentence caused Yin Wangguang's pupils to dilate and his expression to freeze. How could he not know the principles of gods? But his son had died back then and he was powerful. Why would he care about principles? He killed when he wanted to vent his hatred. Now Lin Ling had also abandoned the principles of gods for him. He killed when he wanted to. At this moment, Yin Wangguang slowly closed his eyes, and his appearance seemed to have aged greatly in an instant. 2 lines of blood tears slowly flowed down from his eyes. His heart was filled with boundless grief. Your clan members are all dead. The only one left is you. After you die, our hatred will be written off. Lin Ling had no intention of letting Yin Wangguang go. He knew that Yin Wangguang was a ruthless character, a king. If he didn't die today, he would make a comeback and wipe out all of Lin Ling's universes. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Yin Wangguang slowly opened his eyes. But they had already lost their luster. Only the vicissitudes and helplessness of an old man could be seen. Perhaps his clan members and relatives were all dead, and his heart was dead. Or perhaps he knew that he couldn't resist Lin Ling, so he didn't plan on resisting. Wait! However, just as Lin Ling made his move, a voice resounded from the sky. A moon appeared, sprinkling down endless moonlight. This moonlight was incomparably terrifying, as if it could freeze everything in the world. The entire 3rd floor of the Dao Pagoda was frozen at this moment. No one could move. They were shocked, knowing that an incomparably powerful god had made his move. What was even more frightening was that this god had used his great magical power to transfer his power from other places to the 3rd floor of the Dao Pagoda. God Ancestor! At this moment, Yin Wangguang raised his head. His disheartened eyes were quietly filled with color. Wangguang, you haven't lost yet. How can the hatred of your clan be forgotten? You should be the one to deal with the sins you've committed. Pull yourself together. In the sky, the voice resounded again. Hearing this, the color in Yin Wangguang's eyes deepened. He wanted revenge. He wanted to wipe out all of Lin Ling's universes. No one can save him. But at this moment, an angry roar sounded, and a dazzling sword light slashed down. The endless moonlight was separated, and a path of life and death appeared, leading directly to Yin Wangguang. It was Lin Ling. Beast, you dare to make a move. In the sky, the voice became astonished. Obviously, the owner of the voice didn't expect Lin Ling to have the power to break his moonlight. He had underestimated Lin Ling. Lin Ling was definitely the strongest existence among the saint-level universe giant gods. Die for me! The voice became angry and majestic, and the endless moonlight rushed toward Lin Ling. However, a terrifying force appeared like a protective umbrella, blocking the sprinkling moonlight. It was Lin Ling's universe. Chapter 5075. The dazzling sword light cut through the endless moonlight and formed a terrible sound of thunder. The main reason was that the speed of the sword light was too fast. It was as if there was nothing it could not destroy. It was getting closer and closer to the silver light. Yin Wangguang's eyes were wide open because the sword light kept condensing in front of him and was about to kill him. No! He had only shouted one sentence when a sword slashed across his neck. He stood in the sky, and his eyes, which had regained their color, dimmed once again. The appearance of God Ancestor Silver Moon made him think that he had a chance to take revenge and make a comeback. Unfortunately, reality told him that when Lin Ling appeared, all of this was just a dream. He fell from the sky and smashed into the Ocean Saint City. Lin Ling, the host of the world will. At the same time, a low voice came from the sky, which was mixed with anger. Lin Ling looked up at the sky. He knew that God Ancestor Silver Moon was more powerful than him. Fortunately, he was not on the 3rd floor of the Dao Pagoda. Good. Lin Ling nodded. Good, I'll remember you. The moonlight on the 3rd floor of the Dao Pagoda disappeared. God Ancestor Silver Moon was leaving. Lin Ling withdrew his gaze and looked at the dead Yin Wangguang. He suddenly calmed down. Yin Wangguang was dead. The hatred that had been suppressed in his heart for many years was finally avenged. At this moment, Lin Ling, in addition to being extremely relaxed, suddenly felt at a loss, as if he had lost his life goal. Perhaps, from the moment he was killed, Lin Ling's life goal was revenge. Until he got his revenge, he felt at a loss. He stood quietly in the sky and looked into the distance. He's finally dead. And you, and the others laughed excitedly. In reality, besides revenge, they were also afraid of Yin Wangguang. After all, Yin Wangguang was a madman. Killing them wasn't enough to vent his hatred. He wanted to torture them for eternity. Therefore, Yin Wangguang had to die. Otherwise, they would live in nightmares for the rest of their lives. The soul is scattered. Even the chance to reincarnate will be difficult. Lin Ling is very strong in the soul Dao. The soul cannot escape from his grasp. Lin Ling has been avenged, but he seems to be at a loss. Let him have some time to himself. It's been hard on him for the past 800 years. Yellow Emperor and the others sighed and brought everyone into the ocean's sacred city. Now that the city had no master, it belonged to them. According to legend, there was primordial energy beneath the city, and the effects of cultivating here were thousands of times better than anywhere else. After everyone entered the city, the gods in the city did not dare to stop them. They all left and handed over the oceanic sacred city to the Yellow Emperor and the others. City of myriad gods. No wonder everyone wants a city. The cultivation here is indeed terrifying. Treasure god Nan Wufenyu looked around and said, "Let's see if there are any survivors in the city. Familiarize yourself with the oceanic sacred city. From now on, this place belongs to us. At least we can recover our strength." Yellow Emperor said. The news of Lin Ling destroying the Silver Moon clan spread like a snowball in the city of myriad gods. In every corner of the 3rd level, Lin Ling's name was known everywhere. I heard that the Silver Moon clan was destroyed by a madman. His name is Lin Ling. This person's strength is unfathomable. He destroyed the oceanic sacred city by himself. I think no one in the 3rd level is a match for him. I remember when the Silver Moon ancestor appeared, he said that this person is one of the hosts of the world will. The gods discussed spiritedly. The oceanic sacred city had become the most difficult city to attack in the city of myriad gods. Everyone knew that there was an old monster in the oceanic sacred city called Lin Ling. On the other side, Lin Ling was still looking at Yin Wangguang's body and stabilizing his realm. Since he found his body, his strength had been improving rapidly. Because he wanted to take revenge, He had not experienced his strength properly. Now that he had taken his revenge, he began to experience the changes in his strength. His physical strength had not changed much. The same went for his soul power. The greatest change was his divine essence, especially his divine power, which had increased by quite a bit. The divine embryo in his dantian was still there, so Lin Ling's following breakthroughs would not be too difficult. He would just need more cultivation resources. After all, he had used up all his treasures to become a giant god of the universe. If he wanted to break through again, he would need even more treasures. It will be even more difficult to open the 9th dantian. Moreover, the divine embryos needed for the 9th dantian are hard to find. Since I returned from the rainforest's sacred land, I have been cultivating essence, qi, and divine origin. Now, qi is the weakest domain, while soul power and physical body are the strongest. This trip to the netherworld has made me reborn. I am qualified to become one of the strongest giant gods in the universe. The 3rd level can help me stabilize my realm. I will continue to cultivate here. I also need to find Yu, Taoist of many treasures, and the others. Lin Ling slowly opened his eyes. After thinking for a while, he took Yin Wangguang's body with him. After a long time, he came to the snow maple tree graveyard. He took a shovel from the hut and started to dig. He buried Yin Wangguang's body and put down the gravestone. Yin Wangguang's grave. After doing this, he looked at the graves around him, shook his head, and left. These graves were the same as Yin Wangguang's. They were gods who died on the 3rd level. They were buried here for their entire lives. Their past glory, their past achievements, everything disappeared with the wind. All that was left was a pile of dirt. The oceanic sacred city has been dealt with. Only 3 enemies left. Lin Ling left the snow maple tree graveyard and informed someone along the way. It was the Yellow Emperor. Not long after, the Yellow Emperor was waiting for Lin Ling on top of a hill. He clearly knew why Lin Ling was looking for him. After seeing Lin Ling, he couldn't help but smile. "Lin Ling, you're here." Lin Ling could see that the Yellow Emperor's smile was very forced. He immediately said, "Old brother Yellow Emperor, if you can't do this, then forget it." The Yellow Emperor sighed and stubbornly looked at Lin Ling. This is the cycle of karma. The green-robed ancestor has to give an explanation for what he did that day. Otherwise, I won't be able to answer to everyone, and I won't be able to face you. Old brother, you can decide this yourself. I won't interfere. Lin Ling still tried to persuade the Yellow Emperor. Lin Ling, I've made up my mind. The Yellow Emperor looked into the distance and said, back then, the green-robed ancestor had deceived all of them. It was time for revenge. Seeing that the Yellow Emperor had made up his mind, Lin Ling didn't stop him. He led the Yellow Emperor forward. There were 3 enemies left. One was the Middle Prime Ancestor, one was the 5 Spirit Prophets, and the last was the green-robed ancestor. According to the route, Lin Ling first went to the Middle Prime Ancestor's Middle Prime City. However, when he got there, he discovered that Middle Prime City no longer had a city lord. The black mountain behind the giant city had disappeared, and even the gods in the city had disappeared. It was truly a ghost city. Chapter 5076. What I'm most afraid of is that he left the 3rd level using his celestial realm and returned to where he came from. If that's the case, it will be much harder to find him. As for going to the 4th level, he probably doesn't have the qualifications to do so with his strength. Lin Ling pondered and then smiled. Forget it, I'll kill him the next time I see him. Let's go find the 5 Spirit Prophets. He already knew all his enemies from the City of Gold, and one of them was the 5 Spirit Prophets. Speaking of which, the 5 Spirit Prophets were considered to have principles and were not cruel gods. Back then, he had Yin Wangguang kill Lin Ling's friends and family because he did not want Yin Wangguang to kill indiscriminately in the level of the gods. However, this had caused trouble and touched upon karma. It was because he wanted to save the countless innocent gods in the level of the gods that he had to bear this karma. In the end, Lin Ling came to kill him. This was the law of the universe, the cycle of karma. I beg my lord, Please spare the 5 spirit prophets. When Lin Ling arrived at the 5 spirit city, a large number of gods were kneeling on the ground. Now, they all knew who the white-haired man was and knew how terrifying his strength was. However, what surprised Lin Ling was that the 5 spirit prophets' reputation was so good that so many people were pleading for him. My lord, if you want to kill, then kill me. I'm willing to exchange my life for the 5 spirit prophets. Kill me. No, everyone don't fight. I'll pay with my life for the 5 spirit prophets. Pleading eyes looked at Lin Ling. No one dared to resist and there was no resentment. They could only plead. Lin Ling looked at them indifferently, his expression cold and emotionless. The Yellow Emperor's heart softened and he looked at Lin Ling. He wanted to say something but held back in the end, because he knew that he did not have the right to speak. After all, it was all thanks to Lin Ling that they were able to return alive. Moreover, how would they know what Lin Ling had shouldered and what he had experienced in this process? I'll give you all an incense's time to scram. At this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. His expression was still emotionless. To him, the 5 spirit prophets might be good people, but what did that have to do with him, Lin Ling? Back then, the 5 spirit prophets had bewitched Lin Ling to kill his friends and family. At that moment, Lin Ling had sworn that those who came to kill him would all die. Unfortunately, there were too many people back then. Lin Ling couldn't kill all of them, so he only found a few leaders to take revenge on. I'll kill you. Everyone, let's stop him and save the 5 spirit prophets. Seeing that Lin Ling was determined to kill, everyone stood up, wanting to fight Lin Ling to the death. You don't know what's good for you. Lin Ling coldly snorted. With his current strength, why would he be afraid of this group of people? Wait! However, at this moment, an old voice suddenly sounded. A huge 5-colored ancient tree rose from the 5 spirit city behind them. An old man stood on the tree and slowly floated over. The huge tree also lowered and all the branches sent the old man over. Lin Ling looked at the old man indifferently and instantly recognized him as the 5 spirit prophets. That was because this old man was also present back then. Lin Ling. The 5 spirit prophets looked at Lin Ling and couldn't help but smile bitterly. After Yin Wanguang died, he knew that Lin Ling would come looking for him. Regarding this, he had thought of escaping, but in the end, he couldn't take that step. That was because he knew that this was the cycle of karma. He could escape, but could the people of the 5 spirit city escape? Although he had suggested this in order to save more gods, in the end, he was the one who had caused this disaster. He should not have sacrificed Lin Ling for the sake of the gods. He didn't have the right to do so. Kill yourself and I'll spare everyone in the 5 spirit city. Lin Ling said indifferently. All right. The 5 spirit prophets looked at the entire 5 spirit city and all the gods. Those gods' eyes were moist as if they were watching their loved ones leave. Back then, when they first came to the 3rd level of the Tao Pagoda, they were chased and couldn't find a safe harbor. It was the 5 spirit prophets who took them in and helped them defeat the enemy. Although they knew that the 5 spirit prophets helped them because they had a relationship with the 5 spirit prophets. Perhaps they knew each other in their previous lives or thousands of lives ago. But this great kindness was something they would never forget. Remember, after I die, no one can find the oceanic sacred city to settle the score. If they violate my agreement, I won't die in peace. The 5 spirit prophets seemed to be able to calculate something and said majestically, Senior prophet. Everyone shouted loudly, crying with incomparable sorrow. I want you to swear a blood oath. The 5 spirit prophets' eyes were also moist as they shouted. We swear that in this life, we won't find the oceanic sacred city to settle the score, we won't find Lin Ling to settle the score. Seeing this scene, everyone swore one after another. They knew in their hearts that the 5 spirit prophets were doing this for their own good. After all, with their strength, there was no hope of finding Lin Ling for revenge. If they provoked Lin Ling, even their entire family, relatives, and friends would suffer. All right. Seeing everyone swear, the 5 spirit prophets nodded with relief. He looked at Lin Ling and didn't say anything. Now, he could only bet that Lin Ling was a person with conscience and principles. He wasn't as cruel and ruthless as Yin Wanguang. Then, his body began to burn. It was a colorful flame that was burning him. And in the five-spirit city, the huge five-spirit prophets tree also began to wither. Sir. Senior. Everyone knelt down and kept kowtowing as they watched the five-spirit prophets die. As for Lin Ling, he quietly watched. He could tell that these people worshipped the five-spirit prophets so much because they had ties with the five-spirit prophets in their past lives. From another perspective, they were also family and friends of the five-spirit prophets. But this didn't mean that the five-spirit prophets were truly kind people who could help any god. Of course, putting this point aside, the five-spirit prophets were also powerful people. Let's go, Lin Ling said to the Yellow Emperor as he flew into the distance. Lin Ling. The Yellow Emperor was shocked because he thought that Lin Ling would destroy the five-spirit prophet's soul and make him disappear from the universe forever. But Lin Ling didn't. He allowed the five-spirit prophet's soul to enter the underworld and reincarnate. For revenge, I've already killed too many people. Although I'm not afraid, I don't want to kill too many. Perhaps everything is as the five-spirit prophets thought. I don't want to become someone without principles and conscience. I have to say that this prophet does have some ability. He knows that I'm not that kind of person and can't do it. Lin Ling smiled at the Yellow Emperor, making the Yellow Emperor smile as well. One must know that all this time, Lin Ling had led them to slaughter in the underworld and in the Dao Pagoda. He was afraid that Lin Ling would lose himself and become a god like Dipankara Buddha. Everyone below a saint was an ant. That was the indifference of a supreme god, the indifference to the world, believing that everything was the laws of the universe. Luckily, Lin Ling didn't. Chapter 5077. All that's left is the green-robed ancestor. I'll leave this matter to Yellow Emperor. Yes. No matter if you're a human or a god, you have to bear the consequences of your actions, including me, Lin Ling, unless you have the power to control everything, but the green-robed ancestor obviously doesn't. He made the choice that led to today's outcome. Yes. Lin Ling looked at the Yellow Emperor. The Yellow Emperor nodded. The complicated look in his eyes finally disappeared, replaced by determination. The two flew along the sky. Gradually, a dense forest appeared in front of them. This was the Tree City. The Yellow Emperor looked at the dense forest and thought back to when they first came to the city of myriad gods. At that time, they didn't know anyone. It was the Yellow Emperor who accidentally met the green-robed ancestor. The green-robed ancestor allowed them to stay in Emerald City. They were once close friends and the Yellow Emperor trusted the green-robed ancestor. Who would have thought that the green-robed ancestor would deceive the Yellow Emperor in the end? Let's go down. Although Lin Ling didn't know the green-robed ancestor, he could see from the Yellow Emperor's expression that they were once close friends. The two of them landed on the ground, surrounded by lush trees. Lin Ling discovered that his cultivation speed was incomparably fast in the forest, and his god force was constantly rising. Of course, he quickly understood that it was the grand mist true energy under the ground that was causing trouble. The treasures on the third floor of the city of myriad gods are even more precious than the treasures on the first floor. It can constantly increase a god's divine energy. No wonder all the gods here want to enter the city of myriad gods. Lin Ling thought. For you. Why did you invade my tree city? State your name. At this time, a large amount of light flashed and a dozen figures suddenly appeared. They seemed to be the gods of the tree city. The main reason was that Lin Ling and the Yellow Emperor didn't enter through the direct channel. Instead, they suddenly landed, violating the rules of the tree city. I am Lin Ling, here to find the green-robed ancestor. Lin Ling said indifferently. Old monster Lin Ling? The originally aggressive deity's face turned ghastly pale, and he didn't dare to say another word. Old monster Lin Ling. At the same time, a large number of gods appeared in front of Lin Ling in the blink of an eye. These gods had the strength of a giant universe god, but their overall strength was only slightly stronger than the Yellow Emperor of the past. The leader was an old man wearing a green robe. He looked at the Yellow Emperor with a complicated expression. The Yellow Emperor also looked at him. For a moment, neither of them spoke. How have you been all these years? After an unknown amount of time passed, the green-robed Green Emperor. Good, very good. The Yellow Emperor's, you is to kill me, the green-robed ancestor said. Seeing the Yellow Emperor's silence, he could not help but sigh. Green Robe, this matter is not just about me. I want to give everyone an explanation. The Yellow Emperor said that. Back then, Emperor Shun and Emperor June had trusted the Yellow Emperor and stayed with him in Emerald City. In the end, they were killed by the green-robed ancestor. How could the Yellow Emperor not do anything? If he did, he would have let down Emperor Shun and the others. Yellow Emperor, I admit that I was wrong back then, but at that time I had no choice. Please give me a chance. You know how difficult it is for us gods to come this far. If I die this time, I won't be able to keep my position as a god and will become immortal. The green-robed ancestor bowed to the Yellow Emperor, tears rolling down his cheeks as he spoke. The Yellow Emperor's body trembled. The green-robed ancestor was right. It was indeed difficult for him to come this far. He had to be careful at every step. Perhaps the green-robed ancestor didn't expect that even though he was cautious, he would still be killed by his own good friend in the end. Old brother Yellow Emperor, think about the past. At that time, we were talking about the future by the river. The green-robed ancestor cried when he saw the Yellow Emperor moved. The Yellow Emperor became even more silent as he thought about the past. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. He knew that the Yellow Emperor was a sentimental person and wouldn't be willing to kill his brother. However, he could see that the green-robed ancestor was extremely sinister. He specifically targeted the Yellow Emperor's weak spot and played the pity card. The Yellow Emperor and the green-robed ancestor had a brotherly relationship, but Lin Ling didn't. Therefore, Lin Ling could see through it clearly. However, Lin Ling didn't stop him. It was all up to the Yellow Emperor. After all, he owed the Yellow Emperor too much. Green-robed ancestor, you are shameless. Back then, you betrayed the Yellow Emperor and the others to protect yourself. Now, you are using your brotherly relationship to persuade us to pay the price for what we did back then. Humph, you were the city lord back then. If you didn't make the decision to betray the Yellow Emperor, who would have done it? While the green-robed ancestor was playing the pity card, the surrounding gods suddenly roared and their eyes turned red. Because they saw that the green-robed ancestor was only pleading for them and didn't care about them at all. They also knew that Lin Ling was ruthless. If he could destroy the entire Ocean Saint City, then he could also destroy the entire Emerald City. What if the green-robed ancestor was fine and they became scapegoats? The green-robed ancestor saw that the Yellow Emperor was already moved and suddenly someone interrupted him. He was furious. These people were his trusted subordinates, but the most despicable thing was that at the crucial moment, they actually sabotaged him. Humph, when you received Yin Wanguang's order, you also had the same expression now. You looked like you were unwilling to part with him, but in reality, you were doing it for yourself. Despicable. On the surface, on the other hand, you are the kind of person who is actually selfish. Everyone pointed at the green-robed ancestor and roared. Lord Lin Ling, please don't listen to the green-robed ancestor's nonsense. After the gods finished cursing, they looked at Lin Ling and said that Lin Ling's face was emotionless as he shouted in a low voice. The universe's three extremes destruction was unleashed and killed the few people who shouted the loudest. Who is shouting nonsense? That Lin Ling said in a low voice. Everyone's expression changed greatly, and they didn't dare to speak. They looked at the green-robed ancestor in disbelief and envy. Because Lin Ling was actually helping the green-robed ancestor. Lin Ling continued to stand by the side. The reason why he acted was because he could see that the loudest people were also involved in the matter in the past. Today, they could betray the green-robed ancestor. It was probably them who had bewitched the green-robed ancestor. Such people were useless if they didn't die. As for the green-robed ancestor, Lin Ling also wanted to kill him, but it was up to the Yellow Emperor to decide. The green-robed ancestor's eyes trembled. He was both panicked and surprised. What made them panic was that Lin Ling was so powerful that he was able to kill more than a dozen saint-level universe giant gods in one move. What surprised him was that Lin Ling didn't kill him, but killed those who tried to sow discord. Chapter 5078. Thank you, Brother Yellow Emperor. The green-robed ancestor hurriedly said to the Yellow Emperor, I was wrong back then, but I was forced to do so. However, let bygones be bygones. From now on, you will always be my brother. At the end, he laughed excitedly. From now on, this Emerald City will belong to Elder Brother. I don't want it. Suddenly, the silent Yellow Emperor spoke. His words made the green-robed ancestor's pupils dilate. What did Brother Yellow Emperor mean? Green-robed ancestor, even though we have a good relationship and I don't care about what happened back then, you still have to die. The Yellow Emperor looked at the green-robed ancestor indifferently. What? The green-robed ancestor immediately became anxious. He waved his hands and said, Why? I didn't want to do that. Brother, don't you believe me? He knew very well that his life or death depended on the Yellow Emperor's words. I believe you. The Yellow Emperor nodded. But what's the use? Hundreds of thousands of gods died because of you. How can I let them die in vain just because I believe you? I can't be so selfish. I can't let them down for my own feelings. So, you have to die. Brother Yellow Emperor. The green-robed ancestor became even more anxious. However, no matter how he explained, the Yellow Emperor remained unmoved. It was as if the Yellow Emperor had already made up his mind. But, in the end, the green-robed ancestor looked up to the sky and sighed. He never thought that the Yellow Emperor would be the one who wanted him dead even though Lin Ling didn't care anymore. Brother, I'm sorry. If you reincarnate, I'll take good care of you. The Yellow Emperor looked at the green-robed ancestor with a hint of guilt in his eyes. Good. The green-robed ancestor nodded continuously as if his heart had given up. Suddenly, a cold light appeared in his eyes and his body emitted a green light that enveloped the Yellow Emperor. This layer of green light was extremely powerful. It contained the sun, the moon, the stars, countless lives, and its own universe's laws. This was the green-robed ancestor's green forest universe. After enveloping the Yellow Emperor, the green-robed ancestor laughed heartily. Brother, I'm sorry I can't die yet. You're so heartless, I've thought it through. The feelings of the past were just fleeting clouds. He looked at Lin Ling and shouted, Lin Ling, I know that you're very strong, but I brought the Yellow Emperor into my universe. And my universe, which is the universe of the 8 worlds. Although it can't stop your attack, if you kill me, I'll die. Let the Yellow Emperor die with me. Let him die before me. The Yellow Emperor, the Green Robe's God. Let us go. As long as we reach a safe place, I will release the Yellow Emperor. He. To think that he had been listening to the Yellow Emperor talk about the past, about how he and Green Robe were brothers and how close their relationship was. Everything. It was all fake. It seems that the green-robed ancestor betrayed the Yellow Emperor. Even if he didn't have people around him, he would still betray the Yellow Emperor for him. But he was even more hypocritical. Green-robed ancestor. At this moment, the Yellow Emperor was sealed in the universe. He couldn't move. He was bound by the laws of the universe. Don't worry, when I'm safe, I'll let you go. The green-robed ancestor said to the Yellow Emperor. Unfortunately, not to mention Lin Ling, even the Yellow Emperor didn't believe him. The green-robed ancestor would definitely imprison the Yellow Emperor for his own safety. Unless one day, his strength surpassed Lin Ling's and he didn't need to fear Lin Ling. I misjudged you. The Yellow Emperor finally closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his heart was dead. I misjudged you too. The green-robed ancestor snorted coldly and said malevolently, You and I are brothers. As long as you say the word, I won't have to die. But what about you? You don't care about brotherhood and only want to kill me. I know that your strength is not the same as before. You are jealous that I am stronger than you. You can't be my brother anymore, so you want to kill me. But let me tell you, this is a dream. After speaking, he looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, get out of my sight. Otherwise, the Yellow Emperor will die. You can't play with me. As he spoke, he had already quietly retreated. I can't play with you? However, after a few steps, Lin Ling's cold voice came. The green-robed ancestor was scared. But after thinking about his own trump card, he sneered, You dare to touch me? Unless you don't want the Yellow Emperor's life. I know your divine power, your sword. Your power can break my universe, but before you break my universe law can also kill the Yellow Emperor. Hearing this, Lin Ling did not say a word and stepped forward. Get out of my sight. If you come one step closer, I will kill the Yellow Emperor. The green-robed ancestor angrily shouted. He was incomparably afraid of Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling did not stop. Lin Ling, I will really kill you. I will really kill you. The green-robed ancestor was anxious. He thought to himself, could it be that Lin Ling planned to give up on the Yellow Emperor and risk his life to kill him? Yellow Emperor, you treat him as a brother, but he doesn't treat you as anything. Your life and death is nothing. The green-robed ancestor roared. He was trying to provoke Lin Ling. But Lin Ling was indifferent. You. The green-robed ancestor was completely panicking. If you can kill me, then kill me. At this time, Lin Ling finally spoke. Hearing this, the green-robed ancestor threw caution to the wind. He knew that if he did not show some strength to Lin Ling would really take a mile after giving him an inch. He controlled the universe law and wanted to make the Yellow Emperor suffer a fate worse than death. However, when all the laws rushed towards the Yellow Emperor, the expected scream did not appear. Instead, the Yellow Emperor was still standing there. What is going on? The green-robed ancestor's pupils constricted. Because you have already entered my universe. This universe is called Lin Ling Universe. While the green-robed ancestor was panicking, a voice came, causing the green-robed ancestor to raise his head. Only then did he discover that there was a strange power nearby. And this is the power of the universe. Lin Ling's universe power is actually more powerful than his. It must be the power of the seven-realm universe. After all, if it can unknowingly envelop his universe, it must be stronger than his eight-realm universe. Wait, I am the Yellow Emperor's brother. The green-robed ancestor completely understood how strong the old monster Lin Ling is. No wonder Yin Wanguang was unable to resist Lin Ling. Now you're calling me brother? Weren't you shouting so loudly before? Lin Ling coldly said. He controlled the universe to suppress the green-robed ancestor. With a burst of firecrackers, the green-robed ancestor's universe was shattered. Although he is still in Lin Ling's universe, the Yellow Emperor is much stronger than him. Old brother Yellow Emperor, you can deal with it yourself. Lin Ling turned around and left. On the ancient land, only the Yellow Emperor and the green-robed ancestor were left standing. The green-robed ancestor's body was trembling. The Yellow Emperor, who was weaker than the green-robed ancestor, seemed to have returned to the past, looking down at the green-robed ancestor. Chapter 5079. Outside the dense forest, Lin Ling stood quietly, sensing the primordial aura beneath the forest. Seven-realm universe? What's that? When Lin Ling's universe had clashed with the green-robed ancestor's universe, he had discovered that the green-robed ancestor's universe was full of loopholes that could be easily broken. The green-robed ancestor had also said that his was an eight-realm universe. Was there a difference between the 7 and 8 realms? With that thought in mind, Lin Ling suddenly looked up and saw the Yellow Emperor slowly walking out of the forest. He had a smile on his face and looked extremely relaxed. Old brother Yellow Emperor, is there a difference between the 7-realm universe and 8-realm universe? Lin Ling walked over and asked. He did not ask how the green-robed ancestor was, because this was the Yellow Emperor's choice. Powerful universes are divided into 9 realms. The higher the realm, the stronger it is. The 7 realms have more laws than the 8 realms. Therefore, when the 8-realm universe meets the 7-realm universe, it will definitely collapse. The Yellow Emperor looked gratefully at Lin Ling and explained. Because when he came out, an ordinary person would definitely ask how the green-robed ancestor was. However, Lin Ling did not ask, as though nothing had happened. This was a form of trust in him. He thought back to when he had first met Lin Ling. At that time, they had gone to the bottom of the abyss to find a secret realm. No one would have thought that after so many years, he would be together with this man and watch him grow stronger and stronger. Now, he was the leader of the 4 great ancient emperors. Most importantly, this man had become a close friend of his who would go through life and death with him. The 7-realm universe has more laws? Lin Ling frowned. The Yellow Emperor nodded. In truth, mine is also the 7-realm universe. However, my strength has not recovered, and it is difficult for me to bring it with me. When I use the 7-realm universe to attack, I can see that there are 7 huge universe rings on the surface of the universe. This is the basis of the universe's strength. The fewer the universe rings, the stronger the universe. Because there are fewer universe rings, it means that one can enter powerful universes at will, such as the Tao Pagoda or the Primal Chaos Realm. Lin Ling immediately sensed it and discovered that there were indeed 7 halos on the surface of Lin Ling's universe. Of course, if one didn't look carefully, it would be difficult to discover them. Moreover, among the 7 universal rings, the outermost ring was somewhat dim, as if it was dissipating. This meant that the Lin Ling universe was transforming into a 6-realm universe. The fewer universe rings there were, the more places a god could enter with their universe, and the stronger the power of the universe. My 9,000 avatars are constantly comprehending the laws of the universe, so my universe is constantly improving. However, in a battle between gods, the universe is only one of them. Other means are also very important. A god without a universe might not be much weaker than a god with a universe. Lin Ling kept muttering to himself. Lin Ling, where are you going next? The Yellow Emperor looked at Lin Ling and said, I'm going to find Yu, Taoist master of many treasures, and the others. Then I'll go back to the ocean's sacred city to cultivate. Lin Ling said, Okay, during this time, we'll strive to recover our strength. The Yellow Emperor nodded and exchanged a few more words with Lin Ling. Then he bid farewell and left. Lin Ling went ahead alone. Now, many people had reincarnated and he had to bring them back. The memories that they had were hidden in Lin Ling's soul at this moment. They've reincarnated in a Tao realm. Floating in the sky, Lin Ling slightly sensed and then left the Tao Pagoda by returning to heaven. He went to various Tao realms and found his former friends. Then he pushed their memories to them and brought them back to the city of myriad gods. As time passed, those reincarnated friends returned. In the end, only 2 people were left. One was Taoist master of many treasures. The other was Yu. What made Lin Ling feel strange was that after he devoured the life and death stone, he could clearly find these 2 people. However, when he tried to find them, there was a layer of energy blocking him. Especially Yu, it could be said that he couldn't sense anything. Clearly, Yu was reincarnated in a certain Tao realm. Lin Ling also entered that Tao realm. However, after entering, the feeling disappeared instantly. Could it be that a powerful god intervened? Taoist master of many treasures also disappeared. It's understandable. But why did Yu also disappear? Things are a little beyond imagination. After searching for a long time, Lin Ling also became a little irritable. On this day, a voice came from the city of myriad gods. It seemed to be the Yellow Emperor's voice. Lin Ling was helpless and could only return to the city of myriad gods. In the city of myriad gods, the old monster Lin Ling's fierce reputation was well known. Therefore, Lin Ling could walk freely in the 3rd floor. Not long after, he returned to the ocean's sacred city. His gaze swept across and found that everyone was cultivating. Moreover, their recovery speed was extremely fast. Among them, Sakura Shirtion and Yuer, and the others had even recovered to their peak state. Even the Yellow Emperor had recovered to the king level of a universe giant god. He was probably only a step away from the pinnacle of the saint level in the past. Lin Ling. After seeing Lin Ling, a figure happily ran over and rushed into Lin Ling's arms. It was Xian Yuangu. Little girl, what's the matter? Lin Ling immediately smiled. And Yue, the Yellow Emperor, and the others were cultivating in seclusion. Only Xian Yuange happened to be free, so Xian Yuange was waiting for Lin Ling. Have you found Big Sister Yu? Xian Yuange asked first. After going through ups and downs, the little she-devil had matured a lot, but she also had a feminine charm. Of course, no matter how much she changed, the temperament hidden in her bones would not change much. Therefore, the little she-devil still gave people a feeling of demonic nature. No, she disappeared, and so did the Taoist of many treasures. Lin Ling said, "What happened?" Xian Yuange frowned. During this period, people kept coming back. She thought that it would be Yu's turn soon, but she waited for a long time and still did not see Yu. I don't know. Lin Ling shook his head. The Taoist of many treasures is the host of the world's will. It's understandable that he disappeared, but why did Yu disappear too? However, there's no other way now. We can only search slowly. Raika, why did you call me back? 2 people are looking for you. Xian Yuange was very worried about Yu, but she could only follow Lin Ling's words and search slowly. Looking for me? Lin Ling frowned. His family and friends were all in the sacred ocean city, and he didn't know anyone on the 3rd level. Who was looking for him? Follow me. Xian Yuange smiled and led Lin Ling forward. A short while later, they arrived at a large hall. The hall was filled with ancient spirit energy, and the spirit energy even carried strands of primordial energy. So, the speed of cultivation of gods would increase by over 10 times while they were in the hall. This meant that this hall used to be an extremely important place. Of course, after the Silver Moon clan was destroyed, this place became Lin Ling's place. There were 2 people in the hall, sitting and talking. When they saw Lin Ling, they stood up one after another. One of them smiled. She had long golden hair and was very beautiful. Her breasts and buttocks were perky, and she was wearing golden armor. She was extremely attractive. Chapter 50-80. Looking at the other person, this person had a cold face, but his appearance was a little strange. His whole body was transparent, and his facial features were handsome, but he had no hair. And he was the great god of Spirit Kingdom. The great god of Spirit Kingdom was also a host body of the world's will. Since Lin Ling explored the 8 gods' heavenly palace and learned that the last host body of the world's will was Tongtian, they rarely came. Who would have thought that he would also come knocking today? Lin Ling had always thought that the great god of Spirit Kingdom had gone to the 4th floor. This is an acquaintance of yours, right? The 12-winged Yang god looked at Lin Ling and said, and Lin Ling immediately nodded. The great god of Spirit Kingdom came from the 4th floor of the Tao Pagoda. The 12-winged Yang god said again, which surprised Lin Ling. It was said that in the 9th floor of the Tao Pagoda, one could only go up and not down. Otherwise, the god of decay and god ancestor Silver Moon would have come to the 3rd floor long ago. He left from the 4th floor of the Tao Pagoda and then came up from the 1st floor. The 12-winged Yang god explained. Hearing this, Lin Ling's pupils constricted. After all the gods went up the Tao Pagoda. After going up, no one wanted to come down, even if it meant death. But the great god of Spirit Kingdom could give up his steps and start from the beginning. If he started from the beginning, he might not be able to enter the place he came from. It seems that the great god of Spirit Kingdom encountered danger, forcing him to give up the 4th floor and start from the beginning. Or maybe he had a reason to leave. Lin Ling secretly thought. Lin Ling, you don't have to guess. I came down from the 4th floor of the Tao Pagoda not because I encountered any danger. Even if there was, as a god, I would not be afraid. I did have a reason to come down. The great god of Spirit Kingdom said, Great god of Spirit Kingdom, you're amazing. I thought that I, Lin Ling, was already very fast, but it turns out that you were even faster. Unknowingly, you went to the 4th floor. Lin Ling suddenly laughed. His relationship with the great god of Spirit Kingdom was very strange. They seemed to be enemies, but in fact they were like comrades. It could only be said that they were all very weak. There were too many experts above them, so they formed a temporary alliance. You're not bad yourself. Ever since I came to this level, I've been hearing the old monster Lin Ling's name everywhere. You've already become the overlord of this third level. The great god of Spirit Nation laughed. After chatting for a while, things were no longer as strange as before. I didn't think that the great god of the Spirit Kingdom would also have a talent for flattery. All right, let's stop bragging. Tell me, what do you want from me? Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. He sat down and asked Shen Yuange to prepare the tea. Then he looked at the two of them. Lin Ling, you are very strong. We need your help in this matter. The great god of Spirit Nation nodded and looked at the 12-winged sun god. The latter did not hide anything and said, Lin Ling, we need your help to enter the Chaos Realm and rescue the Son of Light of the Solar Divine Clan. Child of Light? Lin Ling frowned. The 12-winged sun god continued, the first sun god of our Solar Divine Clan has fallen. He was killed by the decaying god of the decaying race. Now, the commander of the Solar Divine Clan is the Son of Light, and he is also one of the 9 universe stars. Now, he has been captured by the 3 great sects of White Mountain. He is in the Chaos Realm. Although I don't know why Dipankara Buddha God captured the Son of Light, I reckon it must be related to the 9 universe stars. Therefore, the Solar Divine Clan has dispatched many experts to enter the Chaos Realm to rescue the Son of Light. Although your realm is only at the early stage of the King Realm of the Universe Giant God, your strength is not weak. You are also the person we want to invite. We guess that in this rescue, you will definitely encounter the obstruction of the decaying race and the 3 great sects of White Mountain. These are also your old rivals. Hearing this, Lin Ling understood. The Son of Light, one of the 9 universe stars. By the way, one of your friends is also here. Her name is Ning Qingxin. She suggested that I invite you. The 12-winged sun god said again. Lin Ling's heart froze. He knew he had to agree to this. After all, Lin Ling had helped him time and time again. Lin Ling had no reason not to help. What about you? Don't tell me you also want to save the Son of Light. Lin Ling looked at the great god of Spirit Nation and asked. The great god of Spirit Nation suddenly smiled. I don't know the Son of Light, so I have no obligation to help him. I came here for a friend, and he is also someone you know. He is Taoist Master of Many Treasures. Taoist Master of Many Treasures? Lin Ling frowned. The great god of Spirit Nation had to start from the 4th level all over again because of Taoist Master of Many Treasures. Well, Dipankara Buddha God knows that he has reincarnated and has already captured him. He is now in the chaotic realm. In fact, when you died, Dipankara Buddha God was already looking for you in the underworld. However, he did not find you. He found Jinren Duobao. That's all. The great god of Spirit Nation explained, his eyes flashing quietly. He was shocked by what Lin Ling had done. Returning from the underworld, even wiping out the Silver Moon clan, and greatly increasing his strength. This was not something an ordinary god could do. Of course, Lin Ling was the host of the world will. This was also explainable. Back then, I knew that you and Taoist Master of Many Treasures were in trouble. I wanted to help, but I was already on the 4th level. Even if I rushed over, I had to start from the 1st level. By the time I reached the 3rd level, you were already dead. So, I didn't come to help. The great god of Spirit Nation suddenly said. Lin Ling was a little surprised to find that the great god of Spirit Nation seemed to be explaining. However, he and the great god of Spirit Nation were only allies. It was reasonable for him not to come. It's okay. It's all in the past. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. Don't misunderstand. I don't want to help you. I just don't want you to be controlled by Dipankara Buddha and the others. Because once they control you, the next one will be me. The great god of Spirit Nation said again. If the sky falls, I'll hold it up. Is that what you mean? Lin Ling curled his lips and looked at the 12-winged sun god. Okay, I'll go to the Chaos Realm with you. Thank you. The 12-winged sun god was instantly overjoyed. She had seen Lin Ling's strength with her own eyes. Moreover, she realized that Lin Ling had a wonderful ability. Every time he encountered a great crisis, he had the ability to step through it. Therefore, with Lin Ling's help, the Sun God clan was halfway to success. It's okay. Lin Ling waved his hand indifferently and looked at the great god of Spirit Nation. Do you know the whereabouts of Taoist Master of Many Treasures? I know that he is in the Chaos Realm. However, you, Lin Ling, have a way to find people who have died. If you go to the Chaos Realm, you will definitely be able to sense Taoist Master of Many Treasures. The great god of Spirit Nation said, "It's just that the Chaos Realm is very chaotic. Many battles have broken out, and even the powerful rulers of the pagoda can go back. It won't be easy to save people." Most of the powerful gods of the Tao Pagoda came from the Chaos Realm. Lin Ling knew this. He immediately asked, "Did you see many experts on the 4th floor of the Tao Pagoda? What's my rank among them?" Chapter 5081. Only lower middle? Lin Ling frowned. He had thought that his strength had greatly increased upon his return, but it seemed that he was still very weak. He couldn't help but ask, "Great God of Spirit Nation, you were weaker than me before, but now I'm afraid you're stronger than me." Yes. The great God of Spirit Nation nodded, but he also smiled. "I can't guarantee that I'm stronger than you." Yes. He knew very well that although Lin Ling's realm seemed low, he had many hidden methods, and they were all very powerful. If they really fought, he could always catch his opponent off guard and fight above his realm. "Lin Ling, when can we set off?" Seeing that Lin Ling had agreed, the 12-winged Yang god didn't want to delay for too long. "Let's set off immediately." Lin Ling pondered for a moment and immediately said, "The longer they delayed, the more dangerous it would be for Taoist Duobao." Lin Ling knew this. "All right." The 12-winged Yang god nodded happily and followed Lin Ling out of the hall. Lin Ling informed the Yellow Emperor and the others and roughly told them the whole story before leaving. The Yellow Emperor and the others all felt resentful. If they had recovered their strength, they would have been able to accompany Lin Ling everywhere. Now, they could only do their best to increase their strength and enter a stronger god's world after Lin Ling's return. How do we go to the Chaos Realm? On the other side, Lin Ling followed the 12-winged Yang god and asked along the way. "Let's go to Maple Water Sky Mountain first. Our sun god race's Tao return to heaven is there. We can use it to leave." The 12-winged Yang god said. Lin Ling was immediately curious. Then, the three of them flew for a full 6 hours before arriving at the distant border of the 3rd floor. At this moment, a large number of gods had already gathered here. They were all from the sun god race, and they stood on the mountainside. The sun in the sky shrouded the mountainside, and the sunlight was very comfortable. When they saw the 12-winged Yang god, everyone bowed slightly. It could be seen that the 12-winged Yang god had a great reputation in the hearts of the people. In the surroundings, there were also many gods who were not from the sun god race. These people had cold expressions and were extremely strong. They seemed to be the powerful gods of the 3rd level and had been invited by the sun god race. The 12-winged Yang god did not say anything. He continued to lead Lin Ling forward and stopped at a corner of the mountainside. Then, the light of the sun shrouded the sky. A feeling of teleportation was born, and Lin Ling and the other two gradually disappeared. That's the 12-winged Yang god. After the three of them disappeared, voices came from the foot of the mountain. Some of the gods who had been invited to help recognized the 12-winged Yang god. "That white-haired man is the old monster Lin Ling from the holy city of the sea." "What?" "That's right, it's the old monster Lin Ling. I didn't expect him to be invited. If we have his help in this trip to the Chaos Realm, our success rate will greatly increase." The group of gods began to whisper among themselves. Regarding the old monster Lin Ling's name, there wasn't a single person in the 3rd floor who didn't know of it. Everyone knew that there were several major cities in the city of myriad gods that couldn't be provoked, and the first of them was the Holy Ocean City. On the other side, Lin Ling and the other two appeared again in a large hall. At this moment, there were many people in the hall. The powerful gods were all standing there, chatting in 2s and 3s. Most of the gods here were from the sun god race. 12-winged Yang god, the windward plains of the chaos realm needs help. Have you found any? At this moment, a burly man walked over. He was 2 meters tall and wore golden armor. He had long golden hair and most importantly, he had 12 wings on his back. This person's strength and status were actually on par with the 12-winged Yang god. 12-winged Yang Wei, I have brought Lin Ling, the great god of the spirit kingdom. They are all hosts of the world will and have grudges with the 3 great sects of the White Mountain. The 12-winged Yang god introduced. The burly man immediately stared at Lin Ling and exclaimed, "The great god of the spirit kingdom? On the 4th level of the Tao Pagoda, the god who fought with the 12 protectors of the rotten race?" That's right. The great god of the spirit kingdom nodded. Lin Ling was secretly surprised. He did not expect the great god of the spirit kingdom to be so famous on the 4th level of the Tao Pagoda. It seemed that his strength was stronger than expected. Lin Ling, the master of the city of myriad gods, the man who killed Yin Wanguang. The burly man looked at Lin Ling again with a look of surprise. Of course, compared to the great god of the spirit kingdom, this kind of surprise was much less. After all, although Lin Ling was very famous on the 3rd level, the great god of the spirit kingdom had fought his way to the sky on the 4th level. The 3rd level was naturally incomparable to the 4th level. That's right, it's me. Lin Ling nodded and did not care about the burly man's attitude. Thank you both. The burly man cupped his hands and bowed to Lin Ling. Although he did not attach as much importance to Lin Ling as the great god of the spirit kingdom, he was still very polite to Lin Ling. I wonder which of the 2 of you will go to the windward plains with me? Then the man said, Now, our sun god race has gathered a large number of experts and is preparing to attack the 3 divine gates of the White Mountain. However, the rotten race also has experts helping. Our goal is to persuade the rotten race gods stationed in the chaos realm to withdraw. For this matter, the windward plains is one of the bases. After all, it won't be long before a large number of experts from the sun god race pass through the windward plains. Therefore, we don't want to leak the news and attract any trouble. Hearing this, Lin Ling frowned and asked, You mean, we want to persuade the rotten race helpers in the windward plains, but they refuse to listen? Then we can only kill them, the man said with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Ling and the great god of the spirit kingdom looked at each other and asked who would go to the windward plains. Lin Ling, you go. I will follow the large group to attack the 3 divine gates of the White Mountain. After all, you are going to save the Taoist of many treasures. It will be easier to be discovered if you follow the large group. The great god of the spirit kingdom suddenly said. But Lin Ling also felt that the great god of the spirit kingdom made sense. Then I'll have to trouble your excellency Lin Ling. The man immediately bowed to Lin Ling and then led Lin Ling to another group. This group had about a dozen people, including 8 experts from the sun god race. 4 of them had been invited, including Lin Ling. This is Lin Ling. The man introduced himself to everyone and then said, I am Yang Wei with 12 wings. You can call me Yang Wei. Lord Yang Wei. Everyone bowed slightly and then looked at Lin Ling with a smile. Old monster Lin Ling, an extremely famous figure in the city of myriad gods. It's an honor to meet you. It's just a fluke. Lin Ling was a little surprised. After all, these gods were definitely not from the 3rd floor of the Tao Tower, but they knew him. It was strange. You killed the patriarch of the Silver Moon race. Now, many people in the Tao Tower have heard of your name. Someone saw that Lin Ling was puzzled and immediately explained. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.